for the national election committee. It has been another opportunity to share information about people President of the Republic and even the State of Israel. The National Electoral Committee every time elections provide information about the preparation of the election. And this will take place today and tomorrow. We're going to have some visitors with respect to our recall election program. And for that purpose, we have seven different informative sessions on the different aspects that have to do with the preparation of the recall election. And this open session, we have with us our President Councilor, Dr. Lorenzo Córdoba. He will begin with the presentation and the floor.
Muchas gracias, Manuel. Es un verdadero
Thank you, Manuel. It is a great privilege to be here this morning with all of you
reencontrar a muchas y muchos
and to see
de quienes
familiar faces
históricamente
again
han
of
acompañado
those
a lo
that
largo de
throughout
los
history
procesos
have been with the National Electoral
Sean bienvenidas
Institute
y
in
bienvenidos de
different
nueva cuenta
electoral
a
processes.
nuestro país.
Welcome again to
En
our
esta
country.
ocasión, como ya lo
On
anticipaba
this
Manuel,
occasion, as has already been explained by Manuel,
acompañar
the
al INE en la
purpose is
observación
for you
de
to
un inédito
observe,
proceso de
to
democracia participativa.
be just an observer of
Se
the
trata de un
democratic
ejercicio
process. It
novedoso,
is a new process
recientemente incorporado a la
recently
Constitución,
included in our Constitution,
que no ha estado exento, también hay que decirlo,
and
de una serie
we
de
must
discusiones
say
públicas,
that it has not been
complejidades,
exempt from
algunas de ellas inéditas,
public
que
problems
han vuelto
and
particularmente
complexities, some of
desafiantes
them
para el
totally
Instituto
new,
Nacional Electoral
that have turned
su
the
organización.
National Electoral
Sin embargo, hoy a 3
organization
días de la
difficult. However, we are just 3 days away from the election day, and we are totally ready to have it done with all, well, with the technical quality that has always characterized the organization of our processes in our country. I have wanted to prepare and to share a presentation with you that will allow you share the time that we have here with some information that we have, and the remaining time is going to be in order to share Q&A, okay? Manuel, I would like to know if my slides are on the screen. Yes, they are. Thank you very much. Okay, the recall process, the recall election, it's a new process in Mexico. It was presented as a promise of the campaign of the current president of the Republic in 2017-2018, and it was immediately filed as a bill or an initiative to reform the Constitution, and it was accepted not more than 2 years ago. So it is a reform that includes the recall process as a mechanism, as an additional mechanism of democratic participation, additional to the referendums that is now being done by means of direct vote. It's a new direct democracy mechanism that is for the very first time being done. I have to highlight, because this may come out as a question, because it has been a question in other forums, that it was the decision of the reforming body of the Constitution to say that this process was going to be done during the term of the current administration. So it was not big, even though the current president was elected in July 2018 for a term of almost 6 years, without having the expectation of the recall process happening during this administration. That's how we went to the polling stations, In the constitutional reform, in a transitory article, it said that it was going to be implemented for the first time if all constitutional requirements were met. It was going to be implemented for the current president. So every debate on if it should be done, because that represents a retroactive implementation, and there are other processes such as the re-election that have not been retroactive. It is only for future candidates. So in that constitutional reform, there were different features. And the first one is that it is going to be a process that is going to be organized by INE, organized and the counting of the votes included. And in the Constitution, it was also established the technical requirements, the number of signatures needed, the field that it should cover. And in Mexico, we must remember that it is a process that has been created as a right of the citizens and not as a right of the political parties. In other countries, recall processes are for the political parties, but not in the case of Mexico. In the case of Mexico, political parties have been excluded from the possibility to request the recall process, and it is in the hands of the citizens. So the only way to have the recall program is if there is a certain number of citizens that individually or organized, but not through political parties, request the organization of the recall process. In the constitutional reform, there were other provisions that are currently applicable that have become public questions. For example, the use of state or official propaganda during the process of the election. That is not a decision made by the INE. It is something that has been set forth in the Constitution, and therefore the government is banned from making advertising of its achievements. And the political parties, and this was also a decision made by the Supreme Court of Justice of Mexico, but the political parties nor the public servants may promote citizens' participation or may encourage a vote in a certain sense. This is a little different from other countries, because in other countries, the opposition may participate, may state and take a stance, and the officer that is subject to the recall can defend him or herself. In Mexico, that is not possible. And let me tell you that this is not a rule set forth by the INE. This is a rule that was set forth in the constitutional reform that was filed. So even the reform was on December 2019, and there were 180 days for the Congress of the country to issue the secondary law. The secondary law was actually issued very late. It was not approved but until September 14th last year. So that is more than 450 days of delay. That complicated totally the work for the INE, because as we lacked a secondary law, the INE had to make decisions without having the rules and the law on its hand. That's with respect to the process and some context on the situation. Now I would like to talk about some of the important matters that you should bear in mind as part of the history of the construction of the recall process. So the legislation came out very late, with more than 1 year and months of delay. And the National Electoral Institute, and this is the first dilemma that I want to present to you, we were forced to issue guidelines, a set of rules, so that we could organize the recall process, so that we could ask for the budget, for the necessary funds in order to do it. Taking into account the way we have to organize this type of process depends upon the cost. So, for example, the number of polling stations that are going to be set forth will be depending upon the budget provided. So the very first problem is that we did not have the law. And we needed to ask for a budget as INE. So in August 28, that is half of 15 days before the law was issued, we had to present these guidelines because we needed to have guidelines in order to assess our budget. So once the law came out, the law adjusted the guidelines, of course, to what the law said. And this is the second dilemma. We decided to use for the recollection and gathering of signatures a mobile application that gave us several advantages. First, we could do it very fast. Second, we could have more controls in order to validate and verify the list. The voters list, it's a digital base that we can use with this app to make a comparison. And third, we could compare and protect the personal information because it was encrypted by the application. And fourth, we could reduce the times in the organization because the signatures didn't need to be gathered physically. But this decision was objective, was challenged, and the electoral court said that we needed to have both types of signatures, and we had to move the date of the recall election to April 10th if the signatures were actually gathered. Let me share with you this timeline to explain all the complexities that we have faced in this first and unique process that the INE had to face without the funds given by the House of Representatives. And let me tell you that there has not been one single relevant objection on the guidelines and other things. There has not been one single decision, there has not been one single decision that has not been challenged. Every relevant decision made by the INE has been challenged by the government, by the political parties, and by different entities. So we have had so many objections that have never seen before in the organization of an electoral process. And this, of course, means that we are talking about a big problem about all this and the possibility that the decisions could be modified. But let me tell you that practically speaking, almost all the decisions made by the INE were modified by the electoral court. But let me go into the funds. That is, by all means, the most complicated topic of all. And this may seem like the INE started like a race of obstacles in order to organize the recall process. On August 28, when the guidelines, on August 27, when the guidelines were accepted, we asked for 3.8 billion Mexican pesos as the budget that we thought that we were going to need. We didn't know if we were going to have the signatures or not, but there was a possibility that we had to organize the election. So the House of Representatives in Mexico is the body that authorizes the funds to the INE. So on November 29, when the budget was decided for the INE, the House of Representatives issued the largest cutback, almost 5 billion Mexican pesos, representing 26% of the budget that we had asked for. It is not the first time that happened. However, it is the first time that it is of this size. Just to give you an idea, for last year we had a cutback of 1 million, but now we had 5 billion. So 1 out of every 4 pesos that we asked for was denied by the House of Representatives. So the INE filed a constitutional controversy before the Higher Court of Justice in Mexico because we did not have the funds to organize the recall process. Of the money that was authorized for the recall process, we were talking about 800 million pesos. So we were lacking 3 billion Mexican pesos, and that's why we went to court. Also, the INE had to change projects and cancel organizations in order to gather more funds, 1.5 billion pesos, very far from the 3.8 billion that we needed in order to organize the recall program with the conditions that were established. And first of all, we were asked to set up the same number of polling stations than in a federal election. And it's a correct decision because it is actually the same type of election, but the other way around. So it should have the same conditions, of course. However, the budget that was allocated, the lack of money that we received was very, very high and made it very complicated. So we made a decision, the General Council of the INE made a decision that was very challenged, that meant to maybe change some of the stages of the recall process until the legal action that we filed about the budget was decided. And our decision was actually challenged, and it was revoked by the Supreme Court of Justice and by the Electoral Court. That means they say that the INE could not postpone the recall process. But thank God, both resolutions from the Supreme Court and the Electoral Court established that the INE, and there was an exception for the INE, so that in order for the INE to organize the recall process with the funds available and with whatever they could do with it, and I'm saying it very colloquial, I know, but that they meant that if the law could not be fully met, the Supreme Court, because of reasons of money, the Supreme Court and the Electoral Court said that we could organize a reduced recall process. In other words, as we did not have enough money in order to set up 165,000 polling stations, that's what we installed last year in the federal election, authorized us to set up a reduced number of polling stations and to use our available funds. And this premise is actually very important because if this becomes background for the future, in the elections of next year, we may find ourselves with lack of funds in order to organize the election as provided by law, and therefore we will be opening a gap, an important void in the way we organize the elections. Elections need to be organized as provided by law, with the rules and regulations provided by law. So the problem that we're facing for the recall program process is that we do not receive the money that we needed in order to meet the law. So the recall process is not going to meet the legal parameters. But this was duly authorized by the Supreme Court and by the Electoral Court. And they also stated that the INE councilors cannot be held responsible personally because we cannot meet the law, because we don't have enough money, and the money is not the responsibility of the INE, but of the House of Representatives. And also, for the very first time again, this decision represented the filing of criminal actions by the House of Representatives against the President Councilor and the Executive Secretary. This is the first time that it happened in the 30 years of the institution. The criminal branch had never been called to protect or to be part of these type of disputes. And let me tell you that these charges are still open against us. Nothing has been decided about it. So the budget problem, and I don't want to go into it for a long time, but the budget problem made the INE to decide on February the 4th, when the call had been issued, because the necessary signatures had been received, because it was about 11 million of signatures, and we needed 2.7 million of signatures in order to meet the requirement and to call for the recall process. So we had more than enough. And when we went through the signatures, we found very many irregularities. Signatures of people that had not their electoral rights available, people that had already been deceased, and many other things. But the minimum requirement was met. So on February 4th, the recall election was pronounced and called. On that same day, it was also established that because of the lack of funds, the INE was going to set up just a little bit more of 57,500 polling stations. We're gonna set up 55,710. And that's just 1/3 of the polling stations that we would like to have installed, to have set up. But we couldn't do because of the lack of resources that we were presented with. I also have to say something. I don't want to go into detail because it is very complex how all the judicial events happen. But I want to say that the INE also went with the Department of Finance, with the Tax Ministry of Mexico, to ask for 1.7 billion of Mexican pesos, that after a reduction of costs and a reduction of different other events, to get the money, that final amount that we were missing, the 1.7 billion, were denied by the Tax Ministry of Mexico. So we had no other choice but to continue with not enough money. All this information is available to you if you need it, but the only point important here is that the amount of signatures that was needed was reached, so the recall process was to happen. Since we started with the call for the recall process, the INE has been attacked and discredited, and we have been forced to face many fake news that have been publicly dispersed against the Institute, the INE, and the recall process. I'm only going to talk about 5 of them. The first accusation is that they say that we did not want it to set up the number of polling stations that the law established. And that's a lie, because it is not that we did not want it to, we were willing to. The problem is that the House of Representatives, the federal government, through the tax ministry, did not give us the money that we needed in order to set up the appropriate number of polling stations. And the resources that we were given only allow us to set up 1/3 of the polling stations that we should have done. But it is a lie to say that it was our decision, because we don't want to organize the recall process. The second lie is that we are not giving the information of where the polling stations are going to be. We have had a web page for more than 15 days in which you can go in, you can key the sector in which you are going to vote, and you will see the polling stations where you have to go or where you can go. And this information has also been provided to many offices, to many official offices, and we have placed it in many public places. and I insist, to identify the location of the polling station through the webpage of the INE. It's a very simple step, and it is possible to be done since 15 days ago, mainly with participation that we have now, with more polling stations than the ones that we had in the referendum. The third lie, we are setting up the uh, the polling stations only in urban areas. That is a total lie. The INE had to distribute the country in territorial areas or units, and each one of the units, regardless of if it is rural or urban, there is a polling station.
Obviously, since we're talking about one-third of the polling stations, there are some cases where the distance between the address of voters and the polling station address is longer. But that is an unavoidable situation because due to the lack of financial resources, we were not able to install the number of polling stations necessary. However, it's important to point out that 80% of the citizens will be able to vote literally on the same places, at the same places where they voted for federal elections last year. So that is a third fallacy. Fallacy number 4. They say that the INE is not promoting, as required by the law, the recall referendum, and we're not promoting citizens' participation. I'll share with you the numbers of all the promotion and dissemination campaign led by INE, which has been a major one. To date, as of today, almost 1.1 billion radio ads have been aired or broadcast already, inviting people to participate in this recall referendum. A fifth fallacy, which was actually repeated by the president in his conference, is that we wouldn't have a sufficient number of ballots at every or at each polling station. They actually claim that the INE would only provide polling stations with 10% of the actual number of ballots required for the potential number of voters in the exercise. That is false, because we have printed more than 4 million ballots. Each polling station will have 2,000 potential voters, and at each of them, we will have the number of ballots necessary so that all those citizens interested in participating in the recall referendum can vote. Now, there are some final numbers that I would like to share. 3 days ahead of the recall, we can affirm that we're moving forward, and we're moving forward well. As you know, in Mexico, polling stations are managed or led by citizens who are elected in a raffle or a draw, so they can participate as electoral officials. Now, the field work done by the INE was successful in this regard. In effect, the INE managed to convince more than twice, more than 230% of the 287,000 officials we need to participate in polling stations. In other words, 700,000 people agreed to participate with the INE. They fulfilled the requirements, and they were trained to this end, which means that citizens are taking ownership of the election, and they trust the INE so that this exercise can be successful. Number 2, we printed more than 94.2 million ballots, all of which have been distributed all throughout the country, and they began being delivered to the presidents or the chairs of the polling station tables so that they can distribute them to other citizens and they can vote with the support of INE. However, this is also a process that has a significant number of litigation incidents. We have been witnessing a significant number of violations of the law on the part or by public officials. Again, as I mentioned earlier, public officials are banned from doing propaganda in this period. And we have received more than 170 complaints, and we have issued more than 170 cautionary measures against, more than 25, excuse me, cautionary measures against legislators, governors, and government officials who have allegedly violated these prohibitions that are in force. The INE also organized a public dialogue event. In effect, in recent weeks, we actually had 282 discussion forums to engage in dialogue and share information. 3 at the national level broadcast nationwide on TV stations and radio stations, 36 state forums and 243 forums at the district level. Again, also, as of March 14, we have published information about the 300 electoral districts where these polling stations will be available. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we have the system known as Ubica tu Casilla, or Find Out Your Polling Station, which means that everybody can log on to the internet to find out where they need to vote. I mean, these are only part of the numbers or the figures that have to do with our advertising campaign beginning on February 4th, which is when this referendum was called. Again, we have more than 1 million radio and TV ads in more than 2,000 broadcasting stations, almost 700,000 radio ads, and 401,177 TV ads, 774 news bulletins or press releases all over the country, more than 800 publications of social media on the account of in Mexico, almost 20,000 publications or posts on social media for local boards, more than 3,000 publications of social media for local public bodies, and lots of ads in printed media. As you can see, the Electoral Institute has deployed all its capacities, understanding and taking into account the budgetary limitations that we have been subjected to for the promotion of this unprecedented recall referendum. Again, 3 days ahead of the date, we're extremely happy because it's moving forward, and it's moving forward well. Do we have concerns? Yes, we do have some of them. And let me wrap up by mentioning one of them, or some of them. The main concern, or the first concern we have, is the unprecedented actions by government officials or public officials that are massively violating the prohibitions established under the law, especially by public officials who are not allowed or should not be allowed to promote this exercise. Rules may be absurd, but they are the rules. And again, that have led to a lot of precautionary measures by the INE. And I would like to say that all of these measures, precautionary measures, have been ratified, confirmed by the Electoral Tribunal or the Electoral Court. That's the first concern. Another one has to do with the statements of some high-level public officials. It's of concern to see all these statements, for example, of the Minister of the Interior, who, despite the ban to these actions, participated at the public rally, where he said that people should not pay attention to the INE publicly, which is a big concern because this could represent an anticipation of a massive violation of the rules that have to do with this recall referendum. A second concern has to do with the registration at polling stations at the more than 157,000 polling stations by representatives of public political parties. The rules may be complicated and even contradictory, I admit that, but political parties do not have the right to promote or to advertise publicly the referendum, as I mentioned earlier. However, they have the right to register the representatives before polling stations, which is a mechanism you know well. That is usual during elections. That's the equivalent, or the so-called auditors or prosecutors for elections in other countries. My point is that we have had an unprecedented low percentage of registration of political party representatives in polling stations. Only one political party, Morena, the party in power, has registered a number of representatives enough to cover all the polling stations. Now, the National Action Party, which is an opposition party, registered only 20% of the representatives they were entitled to. The Labour Party, which is a party that is part of the governing coalition, registered representatives only in 16% of the polling stations. The Green Party, only 1%, and three opposition party, the PRI and Movimiento Ciudadano, didn't register a single representative. They want to boycott the exercise. Now, the problem we face today is that unlike other elections or electoral processes, 41% of the polling stations only have one representative for a single political party. And you know that the representation of political parties in polling stations has been one of the main guarantors of the effectiveness and legality of the electoral processes. So these are not minor concerns. We have a big advantage in the sense that citizens have responded to the INE's call for participation. And all the polling station official tables or boards will be made up of citizens duly trained and authorized, which is one of the main strengths of the National Electoral Institute. And this alliance or partnership with citizens, and of course, with the best guarantee for impartiality, transparency, lawfulness, and certainty during election day. Now, let me wrap up with an important figure. Despite these attacks, we continue to enjoy the trust of citizens, not only as shown by the high level of acceptance among citizens to participate as polling station officials or officers. Also, today we are seeing the results of a poll that ratifies what we have mentioned on other occasions. The INE has a high level of credibility among citizens, ranging between 60 and 70%, depending on the different measurement methodologies of these polls. We're talking about a really, really high level of confidence or trust that is unprecedented in our history, and it places the INE still as the Mexican government's civil body that enjoys the highest level of trust among citizens. This, despite this unprecedented discredit against us and this discredit campaign that has been targeted at us, led by the inner circuits or the high-level officials of the current government. Thank you very much. I took a little more than I should have taken in terms of time, but Manuel, I'll be glad to answer any comments or questions from our colleagues in the international observation missions. Thank you, Dr. Lorenzo Cordova, for this thorough explanation about the general framework of the recall referendum. And I have initially, or to begin with, 3 questions. Dr. Rosa Maria Macruti from Argentina is saying the following. She asks, how would the President Chancellor evaluate or assess the recall referendum for the strengthening of Mexican democracy? Number 2, we have Ileana Aguilar from Costa Rica who says or asks, what are the main motivations to limit the budget necessary for the INE to organize this recall referendum? And finally, what led government officials, what led to the decision to ban government officials from promoting the recall referendum? Thank you, Manuel, and thank you for the questions. Well, let me answer the first one. Rosa Maria, I will tell you that yes, in effect, all democratic or participatory democratic exercises understood as a supplementary mechanisms and not want to replace the institutions of participatory democracy will strengthen the democratic systems, and it increases the number of channels for participation of citizens. But I would say that when it comes to my assessment of this referendum is yet to be out. This is the first time we engage in a mechanism like this. There are many elements to consider. Let me share one. Is it convenient for political stakeholders, that is people in the government and political parties participating in this recall cannot speak publicly about it. I know today they cannot because that's what the law says. But I believe that this first exercise would allow us to reach pertinent or relevant conclusions to determine to what extent this first recall referendum or this first occasion where we are implementing this mechanism can contribute to strengthening the democratic system in our country. It is also true. It is also true that it is a mechanism or an exercise, to say the least, off from several standpoints. Why? Because in effect, in theory, or at least that's how it works in other parts of the world, these recall referendums or recalls, as Anglo-Saxons say, are mechanisms in the hands of the opposition parties to try to recall a government that does not meet certain expectations. In the Mexican case, it is true that the promotion of this exercise has been mainly led either by the government itself or the circuits in government or the political party in power. So there are many things I yet analyze, but I would say that to begin with, of course, it is important to have this type of exercises. They are worthy of credit. I believe that they are exercises where we can find extreme safety valves, and that's the way it should be seen to address serious political problems. That is the lack of capacity of a certain government to meet the minimum expectations. That is, these referendums are not only a way to judge the actions of governments, but to solve problems, in my opinion. Even though, of course, we would have to conduct an assessment based on elements that we don't have on the table yet. But I believe that it will be highly important to do that. Number two, Ileana, let me answer your questions. The reasons stated at the legislative branch for purposes of these cutbacks, budget cutbacks, the reasons have been publicly expressed, but not legally. They are not necessarily legal. That's why we filed a constitutional controversy incident or motion. Nobody denies the power they should have to limit the budgets and adapt them or adjust them because they are often being asked to allocate budgets. That's what the INE said. But this is not a sovereign, discretionary, or arbitrary decision to be made. There should be rules for these budget cuts, and especially these budget cuts should be legally justified. My point is that the Chamber of Deputies didn't provide any legal argument for that. They just approved the budget, and they just said that there would be a budget cutback of 26% for the INE without further explanation. 26% less than we requested. That's why we went to the court. I believe that if there is a budget cut in a situation where the budget has been requested by a technical body, there should be an explanation as to why this budget cut occurs, or explain why the budget actually allocated is sufficient for them to fulfill their duties. They just very simply and a little cynically said that the INE is an expensive body, that the INE officials make a lot of money, and therefore that we should cut back our own salaries to be able to proceed with the recall referendum, which is absurd because the budget gap is so huge that cutting back on salaries here wouldn't be enough to come up with the resources we need. And number two, because there's been a long legal process that has not been settled yet, and judicially today protects the salaries of all the people working for the INE. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court of Justice and the Electoral Tribunal, when they said, INE, you should conduct the referendum with the resources you have, also emphasized that legally nobody could affect our salaries or order budgets for other purposes, such as, for example, issuing the voter IDs, which is an identity document, or cut back on TV or radio ads. which means that we shouldn't be prevented from fulfilling our constitutional obligations. And this is not said by the INE. It was said by the Federal Judicial Branch Electoral Court. So if we should still fulfill our duties, if we shouldn't cut back on the labor rights or the salaries of our staff, where do we get the money? So that's a fallacy that they have been building or creating to discredit the INE. And they often claim that it is the most expensive electoral body in the world, that we are squandering money. And therefore, that we should save money by cutting back on other areas to conduct the recall. So, and of course, they don't understand that the government via Congress should provide the budget we need. But they have engaged in demagogic statements, which is not new. And again, there is a long time legal process behind that. I don't remember the last question. Manuel, can you repeat it to me? I cannot hear you, Manuel. I cannot hear you, Manuel. Excuse me. Yes, it had to do with the risks involved in cutting back on the number of polling stations as a result of these budget cuts from the standpoint of guaranteeing the exercise of voting. Oh, we have another from Tiago Wolf from Brazil. The INE strategies when it comes to communication to address the problem of misinformation and the role of the INE in this recall process. I'll answer this too, but there was another that had to do with a violation by government officials. Can you look up? Can you look it up? But hey, let me just answer the last two. First, on the reduction of the number of polling stations, obviously in Mexico, historically, we have followed or adopted a model. Now, since voting is not mandatory in Mexico, the law tries to bring polling stations close to the address of voters. And for that reason, in Mexico, unlike what happens in other countries where polling stations or polling station official boards are concentrated in the same place, unlike that, in Mexico, we scattered polling stations. We distribute them so that voting options are more for citizens and voters. Obviously, since we only have 1/3 of the actual number of polling stations required, some citizens will have to travel longer distances between their addresses and the polling stations actually. But the INE has made an effort to maximize the distribution of polling stations to reduce precisely travel times. Let me explain it like this. I'm sure that some of you may have come in the past to observe electoral processes. The law says that during an election, you can have 750 voters per polling station. Therefore, there are many places where, since you have a section, for example, in urban areas, since you have 3,000 voters in certain areas, we combine polling stations based on alphabetical order of the voters in that area. That's why we have basic and adjacent polling stations. But now, since we have to reduce the number of polling stations in those places where we used to have 2 or 3, we will only have a single polling station with 3,000 or 2,000 ballots as opposed to 750 each. So most citizens will have to travel a distance equivalent to that they had to travel in federal elections in an effort to maximize the number of polling stations in rural areas where distances are typically longer. So let's say that each and every citizen deciding to participate, we can say that all citizens will have access to a polling station. In the worst case scenario, polling stations may not be 2 or 3 blocks from the address of voters. Maybe they will be 6 or 7 blocks away from their address. Of course, we're maximizing the use of public spaces such as schools, for example, to be able to maximize the right to participate. Now, and precisely talking about Diago's questions, well, communication strategies work as follows. Remember that as of 2018 in Mexico, we implemented a significant communication effort because the technical organization offices are as important as social communication offices. which means that we implemented a major campaign to debunk these myths or these accusations on different media. We're relying on powerful media strategies so that via the different digital online platforms, we can counter these attacks. As a matter of fact, some of the counselors have participated in these public exercises in education efforts to promote not only this novel exercise, but also to try to debunk these fallacies and accusations that are being made. Of course, that involves a risk. The INE cannot get into a confrontation with the government or governments or political parties, but we cannot, on the other hand, allow these fallacies that are being made public, that these lies that are being made are or go unanswered, which means that we have embarked on an intense campaign, especially not only on social media, but other channels. And it has also been assertive. In other words, we're not waiting for the problems to occur. We're trying to anticipate these problems with valid arguments and explanations that are also accurate, to the point, and timely. And Manuel, I believe that these are the questions we have so far. Yes, we have a couple of questions to complete or to finish the session. Council President Dr. Villalba from Paraguay asks, I mean, what has been the impact on the level of trust in INE compared to 2018? I mean, what has been the impact if we compare 2018 to today's situation as a result of this recall referendum? Dr. Chicas from El Salvador asks the following question. Has the INE, does the INE have plans to assess the results of this recall to make changes to the law in the near future? Thank you for the questions, and thank you, Manuel. Laura, I can tell you that if we go back to 2018 and compare the trust levels, we have maintained that level of trust. The 2018 elections catapulted the INE to reach these percentage levels of trust, about 70%. Remember that in Mexico, this trust, or the level of this trust, has been and was one of the main reasons that inspired the evolution of our own electoral system. Now, there is no doubt that we're talking about the 3-year period where these accusations and fallacies have been very intense. And it's not about disqualifying the institute sporadically. My point is that literally in the last year, many of you, in fact, were with us last year, and you may remember that there were attacks and even threats on electoral officials, even to the point where people showed up at our private homes. I mean, so we have seen this discredit campaign that has been systematic. It's no longer sporadic statements or attacks. They're even a planned and orchestrated attacks, reiterated attacks. And the paradox here is difficult to understand, because the INE, despite all these attacks, has not dropped in levels of trust among citizens. And there are several reasons for that. The main reason is that the INE is an institution that is in direct contact with citizens because we issue voting IDs, which have become the official ID by excellence in our country. Number two, we have been very efficient. We have been highly efficient when it comes to providing public services amid the pandemic. We have implemented biosecurity and safety protocols that are very strict, that have increased our levels of confidence. We serve between 110 and 120,000 persons a day, and we have done it with quality and with biosafety mechanisms that have a high level. Number three, in this period, we have also seen moments, especially public and visible. On November the 5th last year, I was invited by the Chamber of Deputies to participate in an interaction with deputies and with lawmakers. It was a long meeting, more than 6 hours. It had a lot of public visibility, and the general consensus is that despite these great campaigns and attacks, the INE fared well. I mean, in other words, these attacks and disparate actions have also created a significant public reaction. I believe that we need to understand that the INE is the result or the outcome of public struggle, citizens' struggle. It has not been the result of high-level decisions. It has been the result of our permanent contact with citizens. And Laura, this may explain the high levels of trust that again have been maintained. Today we see a poll on the Reforma newspaper with a high level of trust despite all these great campaigns and attacks. Finally, Eugenio, yes, we have plans to evolve our legislation in Mexico. Unfortunately, we don't have a situation like that of Panama, where the electoral court actually has the power to propose legal reforms. This is not the case in Mexico, but as you know, in the General Council of INE, we have the presence of lawmakers, which is a good bridge or a good avenue to convey to the legislative and the chambers, the legislative chambers, what are the elements that would be worth revisiting. It's too early to conduct this assessment, but I already said it. There are some expressions already in terms that there may be problems with the law. Again, it took us a long while to enact this law, and it was done at the last minute. The current law was passed against the clock, which led to consequences like the one we're seeing today. For example, do you know that all electoral processes involve a reflection process? I mean, in the case of Mexico, we're talking about 3 days before the electoral day. It is a ban period, a period of banning of political promotion, in a period where the statements of political parties are banned. In a reference recall process, this ban period means that we should make a pause so that citizens can reflect on their vote. But it is not the banning period for electoral authorities. It has never been. It is right now where the INE has to conduct or implement the strongest actions to reach voters so that we can advertise and inform about the location of polling stations. I mean, that ban had never been applied to the INE. But today, the law says that promoting citizens' participation, which should be the exclusive power of the INE, should stop 3 days before the reference recall, which I believe is absurd, because the INE does not participate politically against or in favor of any of the positions with respect to this recall. We just promote the exercise. But in the law, we have a mistake, because for the first time in the history of the country, the law provides for a ban, but not a ban for political actors or the different political positions, but they are banning the electoral body, INE, from participating in the exercise. So I can tell you that just like this, there are many elements that we should rethink in the future. This is the first exercise. And of course, we'll have to conduct an appropriate assessment to evaluate what the outcome was and try to improve or change these legal provisions. Because as a citizens' participation exercise, I agree that these type of exercises can strengthen the democratic systems. If not, the opposite would be the case. But I don't think that will be the case. And that's why institutional learning resulting from this assessment will be very important for everyone. And of course, we will engage in this assessment internally and of course, to use it as a basis for further discussion. Dr. Cordova, Council President of the National Electoral Institute, thank you for the presentation and the dialogue you engaged in with our participants, with the participants of this information forum for international missions. We'll go now to a break. We'll come back at 10:40 for session number 2, where we will hear more information about all the legal process related to the recall referendum. Can you just say some further words? Thank you very much for your support. These are very complicated moments for the promotion of democracy for the INE. Your presence here not only creates context that sets up the bar high for us, because we're not only know that we're being observed by you, and that we're subjected to your or subject to your scrutiny, and that this is part of a self-criticism process that we must engage in. But this is also a shielding mechanism for the INE. So thanks for joining us in this 10th meeting, and thank you for supporting us and helping us from your trenches as international observers to strengthen Mexican democracy. It was an honor. Thank you. We'll be back at 10:40. Thank you.
Muchas Buenos días tengan todas y todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a este foro.
Welcome to this informative forum for foreign visitors in the recall process of the President of the Republic in Mexico. This event will take place on April 10th, 2022. We have prepared a program with 7 different sessions. All of these sessions are informative sessions, and as always, we are preparing this forum with the purpose of providing information about the organization of our elections. This forum is for foreign visitors, and we have 98 accredited foreign visitors from 25 different countries. This is our second session and is going to be facilitated by Norma de la Cruz, electoral counselor. All the resumes have been previously shared, so there is no need to read them here. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you to everyone. Thank you very much and good morning. It is an honor to be part of this informative forum in its second session with respect to the recall program of the President of Mexico. Welcome and my greetings to the members of the panel. We must say that the organizing works started even before the call was issued, and in the General Council, many resolutions were accepted. Since 2021, we received different intention notices that wanted to promote individually and in organizations of the civil associations. So that meant a lot of work for the Executive Office of Prerogatives and Political Parties to go through the information and to have commissions and terms. So 22,419 promotions were accepted at the beginning of the process, and we had current for 22,411, and that represented the gathering of the signatures on starting on November 1st, 2021 and until December 25, 2021. For the recollection of supporting signatures and the supporting mechanism, the INE created an app and physical forms. It was necessary to meet 3 requirements. Number 1, that the request of the citizens was equivalent to 3% of those registered in the voters list. At that time, it was equivalent to 1,718,227 citizens. And second, that at least a given number of states were represented and a given number of voters in each one of those states. So for that purpose, we did a verification and we presented the results in the general meeting of January 31st, 2022. And we said that we received 3.75%. So that is 3,451,848. Out of them, 1,815,000 in the app and 2 million in the physical forms. And we went above the 3% in 25 entities or states. So the call was issued on February 4th. With the issuance of the call, for the first time, this institute will organize this right for the citizens to determine by means of universal, free, secret, direct, personal, and non-transferable vote to determine the anticipated termination of the administration of Mexico's Republic because of lack of trust. Thank you very much, and now I pass the floor to the Executive Secretary, Mr. Edmundo Jacobo. Norma de la Cruz, dear Councilor, colleague, thank you for the presentation and the introduction into the topic. And it is a great pleasure for me to be in this group. And of course, appreciating, as the President Counselor said at the end of his presentation, the participation of foreign visitors, of the international community in this type of events, especially the recall program that is the very first time that we're going to have it in our country. Actually, it is the second time that we have a national referendum carried out. Last year, in August, last year, for the first time in a popular referendum that talked about the possibility to take to court or press charges against former presidents of the country, which had very low participation, less than 8%, and 40% is required in order to be binding. This year, we're going into a second type of process of this kind that now has to do with the recall of the President of Mexico. I'm going to share with you my presentation in order to make the understanding of the data easier, because we have so many data to share that it would be hard just to say them out loud. So this is my presentation, and we go into a first slide. As you can see very, very quickly, here we have a timeline of what has happened since December 20th, 2019. The Congress of Mexico approved and passed a constitutional reform in order to organize for the very first time in the history of our country the recall event to maybe recall current president. As you well know, the current president was elected in 2018 for 6 years that will be completed in 2024. The legal jurist says that a law that comes after the beginning of the administration may have certain faults, beginning by having it retroactive, as the vote was done in June 2018 to elect a president for 6 years. However, the judicial branch decided that it was going to be retroactive, and it will be implemented for the current president. So this was December 20th, 2019. And during the transit of that constitutional reform, the judicial branch gave itself 180 days to issue the rules and regulations, the law that will rule and define the process by which the recall election was going to take place. However, the judicial branch did not use only the 180 days, but 132 days more in order to do so. So, to begin with, we were already facing certain obligations that the INE, the INE, needed to take into account, because we are the institute that needs to organize this progress. And when the INE, the INE, realized that the judicial branch was not doing that during the given term, and it said that it had to begin in order to know if the citizens were asking for the recall process, the INE had no choice but that on 27th of August 2021 issued the guidelines. However, a few weeks later, September 14th, as you can see in my timeline, number 2, the judicial branch finally issued the federal law for the recall process, and that forced the INE to modify the guidelines that had already been issued to adjust them based upon the federal law provisions. But the federal law was actually challenged by a minority of representatives before the Supreme Court of Mexico with an recourse for lack of constitutionality, because the Constitution was very clear on saying that the process was only to take place in case of the lack or the loss of confidence in the performance of the president. But the law, however, considered the possibility that the citizen will not only will have the possibility to ask the recall of the president because loss of trust, but that there could be a second question in which the citizens would acknowledge the continuation of the president until the end of the term. So there was a group of representatives that filed a challenge against the law in the Supreme Court because it was considered not constitutional. So this represented then a long process of uncertainty. The term to issue the law had already lapsed, and then it was subject to the consideration of the Supreme Court. However, as the electoral administrative body, with the obligation to organize the recall process, had no choice but to continue with the organization, even though we were having this legal uncertainty on how it was going to happen. So we had to make decisions again, and we had to modify our guidelines again, and we had to begin with the national call, as Norma de la Cruz was saying, to see if we had citizens interested in promoting, in being the promoters, and gather the necessary signatures to see if we could collect the minimum needed of 3% of the voters list as the requesters of the recall process. So we started to do all that even though we had this uncertainty on the legality and constitutionality of all these aspects. So it was until February 4th that we were totally sure that it was going to happen. But by that time, the process had already been going on. We had already issued the call once the citizens had already collected more than 3% of the voters' list signatures. But on the way, there were many challenges. There were many objections. For example, the House of Representatives, when approving the budget for the 2022 administration of the INE, the INE, did not give us the money that we had asked for. Because the law says that for a type of process as these, we have to set up the same number of polling stations that in the previous federal election. So we are talking about more than 161,000 polling stations throughout the country. And the funds approved by the House of Representatives last December for the INE were not enough to set up that number of polling stations that the law was forcing us to set up. So we also filed before the Supreme Court of Justice a challenge and objection saying that if we do not receive more funds, we would not be able to meet the provisions of the law, and that we should not be held responsible for not meeting the law. At the end of January, we received an injunction in which the chairing justice said that we should do whatever we were able to do with the funds that had already been allocated to us. As I said before, the constitutional reform said that the request was going to be accepted if we was asked by 3% of the citizens registered in the voters list. And I'm going to give you the information. A little bit more than 2.7 million of citizens. And this condition of the 3% should include half of the 32 states of Mexico. That meant at least 17 states in Mexico would need to have at least 3%, and the national cumulative should be more than 3%, and that this that this request should be done once the third year of the administration of the current president or the president in power should have concluded. And on the other hand, the INE was fully responsible for the call, the organization, the development, and the voting of the election. And as you heard from the president counselor, the INE had also the responsibility of being the only spokesperson that could talk about the recall process. And in order to have the result binding with legal obligation, we needed the participation of at least 40% of the citizens registered in the voters list, and we're talking about more than 92 million of citizens. So we did a transitory system in which it was decided that the period would start in November to December 15th, 2021, that we were going to have 20 days to make sure that we had the enough number of signatures and to verify that the signatures were valid, and 60 days to actually issue the rules. It was actually a short period of time, taking into account what's needed in the elections in Mexico. And I know that in some countries, when you have to do a runoff election, your terms are very, very short, but you also know that it is very, very complex to ask more than 92 million of citizens in such a wide area to come to an election. As I said before, we had to issue guidelines because there was no law, and it was on August 27, 2021. There we were very clear on the definition of the terms during which everything needed to happen. And we were also at that time defining that it was going to be March 27. However, it was on September 14, 2021. It was just 2 weeks after the guidelines of the INE were issued that the Mexican Congress finally passed the federal law for the recall process. And as I said before, in this law, on top of what had already been said in the Constitution, that it was the recall because of lack of trust or loss of confidence, the law said included also the possibility of choosing for him to continue, and that was not part of what had been established in the Constitution. So that's why a group of representatives and senators challenged this before the Supreme Court. However, in spite of all these problems and this juridical uncertainty, the INE had to continue with the organization, taking into account both possibilities. Once the law was issued on September 14, the INE had to adjust the guidelines to what the law said. And here we have a very important element that actually nurtures uncertainty. We had organized in order to meet the terms that the citizens could use two different forms to collect the signatures. One of these formats that has been used before is use an application, a digital application with which you can do it faster, and we can also do the counting and the verification of the authenticity of these citizens easier, because we as INE are the ones that have all the information of the voter's card. The voter's card in Mexico is the identity card in Mexico. So it's the way in which we can verify the truthfulness of the signature. And this digital application has been validated by the Electoral Court for the creation of new political parties and for many other processes in the last years. So for us, it was totally natural to say, let's continue using the application, because that will make the collection of signatures easier, and the verification of the signatures will also be easier. And we also provided a certain number of days for the collection of physical signatures for 132 for 204 municipalities that have been defined as marginated municipalities. And it is considered that because of their important situation of being marginated, they could not have access to internet. This agreement passed by the INE was actually challenged by one political party, the party in the ruling party. And the court on November 1st ruled against the INE's decision and said that they could use both ways, the paper, the physical signatures, and the digital app. And the paper would not only be used in those 204 municipalities. So that made the process very complex with respect to time and money investment, because as it happened, we received a lot of signatures, physical signatures, and we had to put them into a digital format and made the comparison against our voters list to verify that the signatures were authentic and that those were actually registered in the voters list, and by that having the juridical certainty that the percentage set forth of 3% by the federal law of citizens requesting the recall process was actually met, and from there to issue the call. So that was another of the problems and technical difficulties, economic hurdles that we had to face to organize the process, the recall. So, because of this resolution by the court, we were forced to issue new guidelines so that we could move the dates around, and it was going to be from October 1st to December 15th, and we had to extend it to December 25th because the resolution of the court was issued on November 1st. And we could not take the risk that it was going to be said that we had reduced the term. But taking into account that we were going to receive a lot of signatures in paper, it was not possible to do the verification in accordance. So we had to move the date from March to April 10th. That's the date in which is going to happen, and that is why that is why on Sunday, April the 10th, we are going to have this recall election. But this is the only time in which the court accepted that it was not possible for the INE to meet the terms. While all this was happening, This is the INE preparing everything, the citizens gathering signatures and sending them to the INE. It was finally decided at the Supreme Court of Justice on February 3rd that the question that was to be voted was constitutional, even though 7 of the 11 justices of the court voted that it was unconstitutional. But in order to have it accepted, we needed full majority, and that meant 8 votes. So the question was declared constitutional as set forth in the federal law and not as set forth in the Constitution. So by doing that, we started with the making of the ballots, in which we have the 2 questions: to vote to have the recall of the president, or to vote for him to continue. It is also true that the court was very clear in the resolution saying that the lawmakers did not take into account different things, including the different means with which things could be challenged, matters that have been corrected by the INE, because we do not have this means for challenging and sanctions. The Supreme Court resolution has not been published in the official Gazette of the Federation, and as far as we know, or what we know about it, is because of the public sessions that we had at the end of January, beginning of February, in which they voted on this. However, there's not yet an official publication that says that. But based upon that, and taking into account the evidence that it was a public session, is how the INE continued with its work. So, based upon the Supreme Court resolution and the injunction that was given by the Chair Justice that ordered us to do as much as possible with the money that we had, with the funds that we have, it is not possible to set up the 161,000 polling stations set forth by law. So we are only setting up a little bit more than 57,000 polling stations, with 2,000 ballots in each one of the polling stations. This was confirmed and accepted by the Supreme Court and by the Electoral Court of the Federation. Let's go very quickly. As De la Cruz had already stated, Ms. De la Cruz had already stated, the voters list used to define the 3% to make sure that the request was binding at that time was 91,940,907, and 3% was 2,758,227. The support that was verified went above this threshold. We verified 3,451,843 signatures, which represented 3.75% of the voters list. And we received more than 11 million of signatures. By the way, about 20% of that we went through were signatures that were not consistent, that were false, or that were not members of the voters list. But once we had exceeded the threshold with verified signatures, we decided to make the call, as I have said before. And as you may very well see, of the 11 million signatures, almost 10 million of them were in paper. So just imagine how difficult it was to verify them and to put all that information into a digital format to make the authentication. And about 1 million were in the digital format. And this is my very last slide. Of the 32 states in our country, 25% of this state, in more than 50% plus one, we had more than the 3% required. So there are many, many things, thank you, Nancy, to talk about now. I imagine of all this long organizing period with many uncertainties that had been cleared out by the decisions made by the lawmakers, by the Supreme Court, by the Electoral Court, and by the Electoral Institute. So now we are here, few days away from the recall election next Sunday. And with this, I come to the end of my presentation, and I am ready to entertain questions, and I apologize in case I went way too fast.
I try to stick to the most important aspect of what I was asked to talk about, and I'm sure that my other colleagues in other segments will provide additional information on this upcoming exercise and recall, and hopefully you will be able to witness how it works. Well, I'm at the service of our colleagues for comments. Thank you, Councillor De La Cruz. Thank you, Edmundo. You took us by the hand in this journey, because you went all the way from reminding us about the origins of the process and the call for participation in this upcoming exercise. Thank you to all the authorities and guests. And we already have a series of questions. Let's begin with Mr. Chicas. Hi, Eugenio Chicas from El Salvador. He says, this recall referendum, even though it is legally established, is something that the president has turned into an exercise to ratify his mandate, going beyond the campaigns and political aspects. Does that have a legal consequence? I mean, does this approach have any legal consequences? Yes, thank you, Norma, and thanks to Eugenio for his question, and a big hug from here. It's a real pleasure to have you here again in this observation process. Well, no, the answer is no. As I already explained in my presentation, this law was declared constitutional by the Supreme Court. And to make it unconstitutional as requested in this challenge by lawmakers, they needed 8 out of 11 votes, and only 7 were available. So given this voting result, they declared the question constitutional because qualified majority was necessary. So Eugenio, even though the spirit of the Constitution is that recall or an exercise like that should be requested only if there is a loss of trust in the president in power. In this case, that opened up the possibility to organize it, and it was ratified as constitutional by the court, which means that it was legal to ask citizens about the continuity of the current president, which is what will happen with our citizens next Sunday, with our citizens who will go to the polling stations to express their position. We have a couple of additional questions by Laura Villalba from Paraguay, and she's asking, number 1, how many court resolutions did the court issue regarding the recall, and what were the main contributions in this regard? Thank you, Laura. Well, there has been a significant number of lawsuits and litigation events. I don't remember the exact number. Let me talk about the most important, though. To begin with, and this is something expressed by the court and the tribunal, is this. Since we did not have the full budget that we needed to fulfill the mandate of the law, and set up the equivalent or a number of polling stations equivalent to that we had in the last federal election in 2021. Our concern was this. We said, well, we do not have the money we need to set up more than 160,000 polling stations in the country. With whether it was assigned by Congress and cutting back on some expenses, etc., we can set up only so many polling stations. But we didn't want to be accused of violating the law, and therefore we appeared before the court, and that was also challenged in the court. But we went to them so that both authorities in their jurisdictions to tell us if we had an obligation, if we were obliged to meet these requirements, or if with the resources available we could set up a smaller number of polling stations compared to what was originally established in the law. Fortunately, both the court and the tribunal said, INE, do what you can with the resources you have at hand, and that will be legal. This one was of the court and tribunal resolutions that represented the most to us, because it allowed us not to incur any responsibility from a legal standpoint. And they said, look, if the legislators or the chamber didn't provide or allocate sufficient resources, do what you can. And we were allocated a little more than 800 million pesos, and then in addition to that, we had to take some additional 700 million pesos for a total of 1.5 billion pesos, which is the actual cost of this recall. So that was one of the main resolutions by the tribunal that gave us a lot of certainty. And fortunately, the minister of the court, when he issued the precautionary measures, validated that. Along the way, there has been a large number, and you will see, by the way, in the presentation of Carlos Ferrer, many issues or aspects related to contentious litigious aspects. For example, there has been a lot of controversy regarding the promotion of the recall reference exercise. Now, legislators, for whatever reasons, you name it, among other things, because that was the limit of the agreement with political parties, the legislature or the chamber of deputies said that the only public body entitled to advertise the recall referendum was the INE or citizens. But those citizens shouldn't be political parties or government officials. Along the way, however, this week we have seen political parties, government officials, talking about the recall in favor or against it. And of course, we have received a lot of complaints before the Institute that we have had to address and have led to precautionary measures, which have been ratified by the tribunal. I'm giving you just 2 examples, but there are many more examples about court resolutions that have been important when it comes to giving certainty to the upcoming exercise on Sunday. Thanks a lot, Edmundo. We have a question here, and it says as follows. If the INE will stick to the funds available and everything works well on Sunday, wouldn't that be an argument to continue to impose budgetary restrictions on the institutions in the light of future electoral processes? That's a question by Ileana Aguilar from Costa Rica. Go ahead, please. Thank you very much for that question, Ileana. That's an important question, by the way. Now, as a matter of fact, this is not the first time that the Chamber of Deputies has made adjustments to the budget allocated to the INE. Especially to the budget proposed to the Chamber of Deputies through the government executive. For 3 years in a row, our proposed budget submitted to the legislature is subject to significant cuts. This has led us to challenge before the Supreme Court of the nation the resolutions of the Chamber of Deputies now. And we still have a pending resolution when it comes to these challenges or legal challenges. And the latest argument submitted before the court, and we hope that the court comes up with a good resolution. Our argument is that the legislators, that is the deputies or lawmakers who have the power to approve the budget of the federation and autonomous bodies in every fiscal year, by making these adjustments, which are significant, they may be denying or avoiding the constitutional responsibilities of that body subjected to these cuts. Let me explain it. The INE, let me speak about the case of the INE. The INE has constitutional responsibilities, and the Constitution itself defines the INE as an independent body, independent from the government, which means that the INE should have sufficient resources to fulfill its duties. If the Chamber of Deputies imposes cuts or reductions beyond the actual proposed budget submitted by the INE, the consequence of that may be that they are preventing the INE, in this case, from fulfilling its constitutional obligations. And it is a sensitive issue, so sensitive that in practice, that could prevent the INE from constitutionally guaranteeing the political rights of citizens. With these arguments, we went back to the court, and we're open to understanding the need for financial resources in the country and its economic situation, and we're aware about the multiple needs in the areas of housing, transportation, education, etc. But we are also zealous in the sense that political rights must be guaranteed, and the INE has that responsibility. So going back to your question, in effect, there is a risk. There is a risk involved in the sense that via budget cuts, the legislature may be undermining our constitutional responsibilities at the INE in the sense of protecting and guaranteeing the political rights of citizens in the country. This is the bottom line, and this is the major problem involved in cutbacks like this. And part of the challenge I find before the court is that lawmakers, in this case deputies as we call them, have not given a justification for those cutbacks, and they have not invited us to engage in some interaction with them either to explain the reason for that, even though we submitted a rationale and a justification for our request, our financial request. For example, we requested for the recall referendum, we were asking a little more than 3.5 billion pesos, and we only got 850 million. The rest, all the way to 1.5 million were resources that we were able to gather via cuts in other expenses at the INE, but without affecting citizens because we have other constitutional duties to follow. I hope I was clear. This is a complex issue, a sensitive issue that must be addressed efficiently, and hopefully the court will deal with it soon. We have a significant number of legal challenges filed that are still unsolved, but hopefully we'll have good results. Thanks a lot, Edmundo. So far, we haven't received any questions, any further questions. I don't know if you would like to make some final comments so that we can close the session. Is that okay with you? Thank you, Norma. Well, again, I will share this presentation. I need to confess that my original presentation has twice as many slides as I showed, and I had to change it to stick to the time originally allocated. But I have further information about these challenges, these legal challenges, and recourses filed before the court with regard to resolutions made by the INE, and I can actually prepare a dossier or an additional file with detailed information on these aspects, in addition to what I shared this morning. And once again, I would like to thank you for your observation work, for your electoral observation work, which is essential to us. It is easy, and some of you who have been electoral authorities and have a lot of experience in observation or international observation missions, like Norma de la Cruz, who has a lengthy expertise in this regard. And it is easy to overlook things. It is easy to miss some things. I mean, I'm talking about the electoral body like the INE. We may miss things because we're involved in our day-to-day activities, which means that your criticisms and your comments are highly valuable to us, because that allows us to improve these processes. I said it earlier. We have only engaged in these. We have only engaged in 2 exercises like this in Mexico in this long electoral history, which covers or encompasses 3 decades of citizens' participation. And there are lots of things that we still must improve, both on the side of electoral authorities and in terms of improving the rules of the law. I believe that the recall referendum law must be reviewed in light of this experience. As a matter of fact, this law doesn't have many articles, and this supplementary law is electoral laws in general, which we know as the General Law on Electoral Procedures and Institutions, which is, I mean, a model. It's like a book. It tells you what to do almost every single day, but the recall referendum law is very lean, very brief, and it includes a lot of gaps, not only in terms of legal challenges, as the court said, but also in other legal areas, which is what I have highlighted. And these gaps have had to be filled by the INE with a series of agreements, provisions, and guidelines. Even though we were already amid the process. And you know that electoral bodies are interested always in having a perfectly clear set of rules, especially during and before the process, so that electoral authorities, the different stakeholders, and judges know what are the rules of the game. But as you may have realized from what I said, the rules were implemented along the way with the process already in motion, which may lead to many errors and many controversies. Hopefully, this experience and your comments will help us a lot. And hopefully they will also serve or help legislators to improve the recall referendum law, which is a basic for electoral authorities. I mean, administrative authorities shouldn't be legislating. That's good for no one, but that has been the case given these omissions and failures to consider many aspects. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to you, Norma de la Cruz. Thank you, Edmundo. Obviously, we have several lessons already in this process, even before it takes place, and obviously, and in effect, your comments and observations will be of great help, because they will allow us to improve things. We already have 2 referendum experiences in Mexico. This would actually be the second one. But we're learning a lot, and we see a big window of opportunity to improve not only the organization of these processes, but the legal frameworks involved. And also, I would like to thank each and all of you, the participants, and also I would like to thank the coordination of international affairs led by Dr. Carrillo, for their efforts, and of course that includes his team. Thank you for all the efforts to organize this event, and also we would like to thank the participants for their contribution, and we're pretty sure that our colleagues from the International Affairs Coordination will take care of you, will continue to interact with you, and we're here at your service. Thanks a lot, and we hope to see you at the press conference that the General Council will be holding in a few minutes. Thank you, Councilor De La Cruz. Thank you for your words, and thank you for your support, Secretary Edmundo Jacobo. And we will have a statement at 11:45. We will see it on the same platform. You don't have to leave or exit the platform. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thanks a lot. Thank you for accepting this invitation to participate in this press conference prior to the upcoming April 10 recall referendum. So, good morning to each and all of you. We're on air now. Thanks a lot to the councilors, to the Electoral Council, also the Institute, as well as the Executive Secretary of the INE. Let's start this press conference. I want to thank all the media reps present here in these days prior to the recall referendum. And next, we'll have Dr. Lorenzo Cordova. Welcome to everyone. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to each and all of you. We have prepared a statement, which is a tradition, habit that we have always had at this electoral body. And I say it because before every election or citizens' participation for their exercise, we make a statement. So let me start with this position statement that was approved by electoral councillors. We're only 3 days away from the recall referendum day, an unprecedented exercise of participatory democracy that once again is convening citizens to go to the polls to express their position. It's important to inform citizens with verifiable and accurate information what the INE has done to make this referendum possible, the referendum on next Sunday. Ever since August 21, 2021, when the General Council approved the guidelines for the operation of this referendum, the Institute has been fulfilling all its constitutional duties and exercising its legal obligations, including the formal legal request of a budget sufficient for the setup of all the polling stations necessary in conditions similar to those of actual elections, even though at that time we didn't have a regulatory law and we still had to fulfill the constitutional mandate of INE. Even though the Congress of the Union had failed to provide us with an answer for more than 154 days, and they had not made a decision, and we began working on the process, developed guidelines, and approved a preliminary budget that was submitted to the corresponding bodies for 2022. Excuse me? Oh, the audio. Oh, we have audio problems. Let me go back if the audio was not available. No, you cannot hear the audio. No, there's no audio signal. Is it working now? Well, since I don't know where I was, let me go back to the beginning of the paragraph. Beginning on August 21, the General Council approved the first version of the guidelines for the organization of the recall referendum. The Institute has been fulfilling its constitutional duties and exercising its legal powers, including the formal request and legal request of a budgetary allocation for the setup of all the polling stations required in a process that has dimensions similar to those of a federal election. Even though at the time we didn't have a regulatory law and we still had an obligation to fulfill the constitutional mandate of the INE. Even though the Congress of the Union for 154 days had not approved the federal law on the matter, the INE issued these guidelines and began working on the preparation of the process and approved a preliminary budget request for 2022, again for 2022, which considered or included the possibility of, as established in Article 35 of the Constitution, allowing citizens to request the recall of the executive due to a loss of trust. The request of 2.8 billion pesos as a preliminary budget in case 3% of nominal list of voters wanted to request this recall was included in the budget of expenditure of the Federation at the request of INE, and the justification was explained to all the lawmakers. However, the Chamber of Deputies failed to authorize the necessary resources, and that represented them first and most important of the many obstacles we had to deal with in organizing this process. The budget allocation approved by the lawmakers for these exercises was 885 millions only, and it had to be supplemented with INE with budget cuts and operation cuts. And when the missing resources were requested to the Ministry of Finance, they were denied without justification or legal grounds, with a proposal for austerity calculated without the technical knowledge or real information about the budgetary needs for the organization of the recall referendum. When we went to the Supreme Court of Justice to file a constitutional controversy to object to this allocation, and we the councillors approved an agreement that postponed the organization of some of the stages of the recall referendum until the issue was resolved. The Chamber adopted this, filed a legal complaint against 6 members of this Congress or this board and the Executive Secretary of the INE, which is unprecedented in the history of democracy, which initiated a series of investigations by the Federal Prosecutor's Office of the Republic, in the sense of taking all the legal actions at the reach of the prosecution to act against that. We filed a recourse to stop that. The INE adopted its guidelines at first, originally in September 2021, when the Federal Congress approved the general recall referendum law, and then in November, when in response to a challenge, the judiciary of the Federation, the tribunal, forced us to use printed forms to gather signatures of support for the exercise. In addition to the online system that had been set up to gather the signatures of those interested in moving forward with the process. Despite all these challenges and obstacles, we fulfilled our obligation to validate more than 2.8 million signatures, more than 3% of the list of voters in at least 17 Mexican states as provided for by the Constitution, which means that the Constitution requirements were meant to organize this recall referendum, which occurred on last February 4th. Given the reluctance of the powers of the Union to provide sufficient resources for this recall, we made 2 budget adjustments, and we came up with a pool of 1,563 million pesos to develop this exercise. And we suggested additional changes to guidelines to redefine the number of polling stations for a total of more than 50,000 polling stations, including those for voters in transit, 1 per electoral district. In addition, we printed all the materials required for this process to take place, including more than 94 million ballots that will be distributed to citizens in next April 10th, that have been duly distributed all throughout the country. We also implemented an internet voting system for residents abroad, Mexican residents abroad, and approved more than 700 applications to act as electoral observers. We accredited many international observers from different countries that would come to witness this exercise that, given the number of potential voters, is one of the largest processes ever held worldwide. Also, we accredited more than 13,000 general representatives and more than 161,000 representatives for polling stations representing different national political parties. And the INE also embarked on an institutional effort to disseminate and the process and promote the participation of citizens next Sunday. Contrary to what is being said, we implemented thousands of actions to advertise the process based on the available resources at the institution. We organized 3 regional discussion forums with the participation of those in favor or against the process. so that citizens can vote next Sunday. In addition to 36 state forums and 233 information or informative forums, we posted or placed more than 1 million ads on radio and TV, and we implemented or launched a micro website that had more than 500,000 visits. And we issued 797 and press releases both from our main offices and other local boards. We gave 784 interviews by councilors and members of the executive board, and we posted more than 1,000 organic publications on behalf of INE that achieved millions of impressions. We also included inserts in 16 Mexican newspapers, 176 state newspapers, with a total circulation of more than 7.2 million copies sold nationwide. We used more than 1,700 billboards and outdoor ads in Mexico City and the state of Mexico, and we used all the spaces provided by the government of Mexico City, including the Mexican subway, where every day millions of people go to their places of work or homes. And district boards, they distributed more than 29,000 flyers and more than 24,000 posters, which means that it is a blatant lie that we have failed to fulfill our constitutional duties and the power we have to promote the recall referendum and promote citizens' participation in it. Since March 14, based on our guidelines, the INE boards began to publicize the location of the polling stations that will be set up on the recall referendum day. And beginning on March 26, we began operating the website ubicatucasilla.com.mx, where everybody can check the exact location of the polling stations that corresponds to this by just typing or entering the number of their electoral section, which is visible on their ID. We encourage citizens to log on to the system in the days ahead of the referendum. The INE, in summary, has never, at any point in time, has never hidden or shied away from promoting the location of these polling stations, which means that we have more than 12,000 electoral trainers and supervisors that visited in 26 days 6.1 million Mexicans, men and women, that were selected or drafted to participate as polling station officers. And after 2 training processes, we have more than 287,000 persons fully trained, appointed, and legally capable of counting the votes of their neighbors. These figures, in addition to being an expression of our large capacity through our local and district boards, is a reflection of the partnership between the INE and citizens, which means that despite slandering campaigns against the INE, citizens still have their trust in their National Electoral Institute intact. Once again, citizens agreed to participate as polling station officers, and they took ownership of the process to thus reshape our democracy. On April 10, we will have in operation a quick rapid count system with a sample of 1,800 polling stations that will provide reliable estimates of the participation of citizens that same night. By the way, we believe that these rapid count results will be available through this institute at this same place between 9 and 10 p.m. And once polling stations are closed, as polling station packages are taken to the 300 district boards, we will start counting votes, unlike what happens in federal elections, which, as you know, is a process that starts 3 days later. This will be highly visible to system through a system that will be updated in real time online. This will allow us to give certainty and transparency to the exercise, and that means that the next day after or the day after the recall, we will be able to confirm results. As you can see, the INE has made everything possible to make this present the exercise a reality, despite the challenges, obstacles that we have had to overcome. However, beginning on February 4, with the issuance of a legal call for participation for this recall referendum, we have witnessed an attitude from different political actors or stakeholders that is in contrast with the democratic and civic vocation of citizens. Unfortunately, one of the most important characteristics of this process has been the ongoing violation of rules that regulate government propaganda and the principle of impartiality that government officials must abide by. The constitutional reform of 2019 gave the INE the exclusive power to promote the referendum. Nevertheless, they prohibited the government propaganda all the way to the day of the referendum, prohibiting the use of partisan or public resources in an exercise that should be fully controlled or led by citizens. The same political communication system, the same restrictions were introduced in the federal law on the recall referendum with the support of a legislative majority in the Chamber of Deputies. And nevertheless, those who are now posing as the main promoters of the recall, the first ones to violate these constitutional and legal restrictions. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court of the nation, upon resolving on the unconstitutionality action number 151, determined that political parties should not be promoting this recall. Throughout this process, the INE has received 172 complaints over violations of legal provisions, mainly perpetrated by government officials, both federal and state officials, and we have issued 25 precautionary measures ordering the removal of messages and propaganda both on physical media and online media. It's important to mention that the Federal Judicial Branch Electoral Court has confirmed each and every of these decisions. We said it from the beginning of the process. Restrictions on government propaganda and limiting expressions of government officials or public servants were not a decision made by the INE, but by the legislative, which incorporated them into the law. This electoral authority is not censoring anyone. We simply abide by our legal obligation to enforce current laws. Despite everything, the recall goes and it is going well. Everything is ready so that on next April 10, all those interested in participating in this process can vote. The 92,823,020 citizens that are part of the list of voters will have access to a ballot waiting for them at the corresponding polling stations with the necessary sanitary conditions so that they can express their opinions. So we encourage all Mexicans, both men and women, to participate and exercise their political rights. In this final stretch, the electoral councilors of the INE renew or reaffirm these calls so that the political actors and stakeholders, without exception, are led by democratic spirit and observe the legal obligations they are obliged to follow in this process.
We all have the obligation to meet what we have to do, and that's how we do it. That's how we will do it at the INE, and we are totally sure that this is the way millions of Mexicans will do it, because they are going to show how civil and democratic they are. Thank you, President Councilor. This conference press is also being broadcasted digitally, so now we are gonna offer the possibility of Q&A. I start with Leticia Sanchez from El Sol de Hidalgo. She was the first to present a question, and I'm going to read it. And the question is, how should the candidates for governor in the case of Hidalgo should behave on the day of the elections, of the recall election? The question is the behavior of the governors, of the candidate for governors. And Daniel Mendez from Canal 11, Channel 11, is now having the floor. Good morning, dear councilors. I have several questions, and the first one of them is that I would like to know if you could tell us what are we inaugurating in Mexico with this first recall election in Mexico? What are the implications for the Mexican democracy? And The president councilor has already talked about the call to um, political stakeholders' participation. We have one that has already invited not to vote, and other groups also asking people not to vote. Also, if you could tell us about the context of the theft of ballots that was reported in the state of San Luis Potosí, if you have any information about that. And the last question is, what would happen if the special polling stations for people in transit receive more people than the number of ballots that have been assigned to them? Mr. Avalos from TV Azteca. I'm glad that you have already said that the time in which the quick count results are going to be published. Yesterday, one of the councilors was talking about the setup of the ballots, the polling stations, and he was saying that 85% of the voters are going to vote in the same place where they usually vote or very nearby. But what does it will imply for the remaining 20%? I want to know if the INE has any assessment or calculation on how far are the polling stations for this 20% that is not going to have a polling station nearby. Is there an maximum assessment of how far they can be set up? And the second question is, trying to limit the scope of the recall process, are there any legal ordinances, constitutional ordinances, or legal bodies that would say that this will open the door for the re-election of the President of Mexico? Thank you very much. The Executive Secretary will take the floor. Thank you, Ruben. I will be very brief, especially with respect to the question posed by Luis about the theft of ballots in San Luis Potosí. It is very, very sad, and yes, we're talking about 5,000 ballots. We have the video of the incident, and it is very, very sad to say that it was actually the guard that had been assigned by the state authority, the one that took the ballots. We have already filed the report, and the state security head that was the one that appointed this person as the guard for the ballots will have to answer. It is, on the other hand, the only event of this type, the only incident of this type, and we already have a system on what to do in case this happens. So we know the numbers, so those are going to be annulled and will not be taken into account. And we will provide new ballots for that polling station. And before opening the polling station, we will ask the representatives, the officers, to make sure that the ballots that they use in that polling stations are the ones that we will provide for them and not the ones that have been stolen. I insist these type of incidents have happened in other processes, and based upon the experience, we already have a mechanism and a protocol to correct and fix the situation. I hope that this is an isolated event that does not happen again in any other place. And in order to do that, we have the state forces and the federal forces, the National Guard, the Army, and the Navy, according to the case. And as we have seen so far, with the coordination boards organized for this local, for the local boards and the district boards, we have that support, and it has not happened in any other place. Good afternoon. I would like now to talk about what's being inaugurated in Mexico with this process. It is very important that now the citizens have a new way to have an impact in the public decisions of our country. It is a direct democracy mechanism. It is a very important one. We started with the referendums of last year. This is a new, totally new, because it's the recall election. I think it is important to call the citizens to participate to exercise their political and electoral rights. This is not only something to be done when you want to elect someone to a, an elected position, but also for to the removal of someone. And I would like to say that taking into account that we already have the stance of the president councilor, it is obvious that we had to make the decisions that we made in order to decide the setup of only 57,500 polling stations. We approved the same locations that we used for the popular referendum, as we did not have enough funds. So we have 300 special polling stations in each one of the districts, and we also have the participation of vote abroad with 17,750 people, and the period is open since April 1st to April 10th, so we still may receive more votes there. And I believe that the role of the INE in the organization of this process has been duly met. We have already organized the people that are going to be the polling station officers. We are already delivering most of the electoral packages. We are within the terms that were set forth by the INE and by the law to do this process. It is important to say that all the citizens that want to participate will have a ballot available for the voting and participation in this direct democracy process. In this press conference, I have to say that another action that the INE is doing to provide the information to the citizens is why we have this press conference. So we invite the citizens to participate, to go to the polling station and to cast their vote. Thank you, Ruben. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, actually. With respect to the question on how the candidates should behave in the states that are going to have elections in the near future, from my point of view, they can continue with their campaign activities, but they just have to be careful not to talk about the recall election. They cannot talk in favor or against the participation of the recall election, but they can continue with their own activities of their electoral campaigns that started this weekend. So they may continue with that. Now, with respect to the question if there, if this would represent, if we have, if the result is in favor of the President of Mexico, will that open the possibility of re-election? I don't think so, because the Constitution says that the President of the Republic may only be elected for a period of 6 years, and by no means, in no case, may be in that position again. If we look at the ballot, it says recall 2022, the regular period of between 2018 and 2024. 2018 and 2024. So, do you agree that Manuel López Obrador, the President of Mexico, is recalled because loss of confidence and trust, or that he continues in the presidency of the Republic until his term is completed? That's 2024. So those are the two choices: to stay until 2024. That's when his administration is completed. So juridically speaking, I think the article of the Constitution is here, and that possibility is not on the table. Thank you, Councilor Zavala. Thank you, Rene. Good afternoon, everyone. My greetings to everyone. I think that there is a need to make a revision or review because of the questions filed by political parties and citizens. The rules are very clear. The political parties should have never participated in this. It was ordered so by the Supreme Court of Justice of Mexico, and they should not have participated, including today. Public servants, there are and there were express prohibitions, and they should not have participated. It is very, very sad, the behavior that we saw in many, many public servants, because they actually went above the Constitution. So back to the topic of public servants, they should not have participated in the execution or with the presentation of official propaganda. And we repeated it over and over in this institute. The Electoral Court confirmed the resolution, and it was a totally unconstitutional attitude based upon the definitions made by the law. The citizens, until the ban period that started today, were free to speak. And we did different forums. We had district forums, national forums, local forums. We had an open public debate on the recall process. But now it is the time to be silent. The ban period has started, and the citizens should also participate in being silent. So what are we to do now as citizens? We have to go to the polling stations that we are supposed to go. Our ballot is going to be there waiting for us. So the operating system is that the citizens have to go to the polling station that they have been registered to according to their district of voting. I think that the citizens in Mexico are going to behave civically, and by that I mean that we are going to show again, as we've done before, that in Mexico we as citizens know how to behave and know how to follow the rules of the game. That's what we are going to show next Sunday, that we're going to put aside all attacks and provocations, and we are going to have civic behavior. So I encourage citizens to look at the website and find the polling station in which we have to go, and to allow that special polling stations are only used by those citizens that are in transit out of their polling station that corresponds. I'm sure that we Mexicans are going to behave that way, because that's the way we always behave. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to now talk about the questions by Leticia Sanchez from El Sol de Hidalgo and Luis from Channel 11. The federal law on the recall process has allowed the expression of citizens in any regards and in any sense by Mexicans, by citizens, provided these are not presented in radio or TV stations. And also, as long as there is nothing that shows that maybe is the opposite. If we have public servants, by all means, it means that it should not have legal coverage, and that's when we do injunctions. So the citizens can actually express in a different avenue. Now, what can be said and what should not be said by those in campaign for local electoral processes? The higher court, in some of their resolutions, have said that the recall process is equivalent in many of the rules to a regular electoral process. So in that line of thought, what we have to demand is that they should be prudent in their speeches, and that they don't talk about the recall process and the topics related to the recall process. That's what needs to be taken into account. And I want to take the opportunity that I have the floor to give my anticipated appreciation to all the polling station officers that are volunteers working in the polling stations, to the trainers that are still working up to now, and of course that on the election day they're going to have a lot to work, and we are talking about 12,071 people that are working in the field as I am speaking, and will continue until the end of the election day, and to the Mexican citizens that live in a different country but are participating by casting their vote in the system that was opened on April 1st, 8 p.m. So we have already received the casting in some of these by means of this system, and it will be open until April 10, 6 p.m. Mexico's time. This is the first time that in the history of Mexico we have the right of the citizens, as stated in the Constitution. Is the first time that we meet the requirements and we are implementing it. I want to remind the citizens that a polling station is going to be close to their homes, and there's going to be a ballot waiting for each one of them, and that everything has been set up in order so that they can come and cast their vote upon their own wishes and will. We continue with the questions. Blanco Estela Sanchez from Cuadratin, Mexico. Good morning, everyone. I have 3 questions. First of all, what is going to be the real impact on this recall process, the sanctions that have been presented by the Electoral Court and the INE with respect to the acts of political actors and state officials that have been doing it and that will continue doing it? And is it going to have a real impact in the recall process? These measures, these sanctions are not being taken into account. They're doing nothing about these measures, and they actually criticize them, and the authority is doing nothing in order to make sure that they are being followed and obeyed. And I'm sure that they are going to continue doing the same with the electoral process in June 5th. My second question is, do you have any estimate of how many people will participate in the election process, in the maybe taking into account the referendum of last year? And my last question has to do with security. Do you have any information or a report or anything about the areas in which we have more lack of security, or if there is anything going on in any place that will maybe will not permit the setup of the polling station, or if there are any people that have been forced to participate? Nadia Sandra from the Liz is making similar questions about all these red flags, if there are any red flags, and if there is going to be any sanctions or fines for improper advertising of the recall process. Well, I would like to ask, how do you feel few days before the recall election is? Do you feel intimidated? We don't have any previous history of a real constant, this accreditation campaign, to say it that way, as it has happened in this process, because the executive has called you corrupt, impartial, and has actually doubted your performance as an impartial body. Also, the governor of Mexico City has presented questions in the middle of a meeting when she had just been requested not to speak about the recall election, and she did it again. And she did it with a lot of people around her. Especially, I would like to know, how do you feel? Also, the president councilor, and Ciro Murayama, the councilor, as they are the ones that have been actually individually being attacked. We know that there is already a proposal to change all the councilors before their term is completed and to open a political trial. There's been already a report filed by the President of the House of Representatives, a representative from Morena Party, before the prosecutor that we don't know if it's still there or if it was withdrawn. So how do you feel? Who is going to win? Is the INE going to win? Is the President of Mexico going to win? Thank you, Erika Hernandez from Reforma. The floor is yours. Hi, thank you. I would like to ask this topic of the use of a plane from the military to do promotion for the recall process is something that is being decided by INE or the prosecutor. What's happening with that, and how many reports because of improper use of official funds have been filed? And with respect to the billboards that we saw in two different complaints that represent more than 460, how many actually were taken down? And did it work? I mean, because 10 days before it was said that no billboard had been taken down because they were waiting for the official documentation. So the order that seemed very rigid and strict was not that rigid. Could you elaborate in these, maybe not now, but maybe later, the link with which, how, with the sections that will not have a polling station? And do you know which are the communities that are farther away from polling station? Because the Morenistas, the people from the Morena Party, said that people are going to have to travel for over 8 hours to go to a polling station. We begin with the answers now. Thank you, Ruben. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like now to talk about the question by Blanca Estela that talks about the estimate on the participation. It is important to highlight that the INE does not have the rights to make any type of foresight of potential participation. We only have the power to organize the process and to dedicate all our efforts to set up the 100% of the polling stations that have been approved, and to put the table to set up the polling station, and it will be up to the citizens to exercise their rights. Of course, we have been promoting the election as we have always promoted all the elections. We don't have that information because it is not our duty to have that information with respect to the potential participation. What we have is only what has happened before, and we can offer to the citizens that in a sample of 1,800 polling stations, we will offer a quick count that will be made public between 9 and 10 p.m. I don't think so that there is any serious entity that could offer to the Mexican society an estimate of the potential participation. I have not heard any numbers or anyone saying that they could offer that information. So the INE, by all means, would not do any of that. Thank you. Murayama, please. The floor is yours. Thank you, Ruben, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm going now to talk about the questions about the complaints that have been filed by the Electoral National Institute through the Complaint and Report Commission. Let me tell you that just from February 4th to today, we have filed 1,000 172 complaints regarding the recall process. That means that it has been a process marked by lack of conformity with respect to the behavior of public servants. The Complaint and Report Commission in these last 2 months that started to count since the February 4th that the call was made publicly, has issued 25 injunctions. Out of these, 5 have been directly for the president of our country, 4 for the spokesman of the presidency and their board and its board or his board, 3 for the governor of Mexico City, and also we have sent injunctions to 29 governors and 61 senators. So that means that we have gone through a recall process in which the constitutional rules that state that the government should not participate or get involved has been systematically breached. So we are talking about a political process that has been in which the government has been a participant, that has actually changed the rules with this improper participation, and therefore the democratic idea that the Constitution has is stating that there should be no participation of these public servants. It's in the Constitution, but the government is not paying attention to it. The only guarantee that we have now is in the hands of the citizens and in the professional performance of the structure created by the INE and the public and free information scaffold that's been presented. I think that, and this is something that I am concerned about, is that the government has not been a supporter of clean electoral process. So we are asked, how do we feel with these attacks from the power? Well, I feel offended and I feel concerned. And I want to say that yes, actually, we're talking about sometimes that they are just centering all these attacks into two people, and the INE is made up of 11 councilors, the executive secretary, and we have a full structure throughout the country that has organized clean elections, election after election. So I believe that this attempt to individualize has a political component with the purpose of making councillors invisible. And these councillors are actually just working for the autonomy of the INE, and I acknowledge the integrity of my colleagues. We are also asked, who is going to win, the INE or the presidency? I don't think that's the reading of this type of dispute. I think that the only important thing is that democracy doesn't lose. And the only way for democracy to win is to safeguard the democratic rules and laws. So I conclude my presentation inviting the citizens to vote, of course, according to their own will and wish, without pressure and without coercion or cohesion. And to the public servants, I demand them to not press the citizens from now to Sunday and do not bring voters to the polling stations.
Thanks a lot, Executive Secretary. Thanks again. Good afternoon to everyone. As regards security-related issues that were addressed by some of you, Unfortunately, there are some regions in the country that are going through complicated security scenarios, as we all know. Fortunately, this institution, the INE, reaches every corner of the country with the support of citizens themselves. And we do not have any incidents to report as far as next Sunday is concerned. There will be some cases like the state of Chiapas, which had or held extraordinary elections in that state, and in particular in six municipalities where elections were supposed to be held, and we had to cancel elections in two of them, considering that there were no conditions to hold elections. In one case, due to internal problems of the community, which shouldn't be an obstacle, so that we can set up polling stations next Sunday for the recall. In a different case, on another case, the issue had to do with insecurity along the border with Comalapa, and I'm sure that in that municipality in the state of Chiapas, we won't be able to set up the recall polling stations, considering that they don't have the right conditions. We're talking about isolated cases, and this is not a repetitive situation in other cases of in other states when it comes to the recall. And we're pretty confident that with the support of local and federal law enforcement groups and citizens and the structure of the INE itself, we will be able to set up the more than 50,000 polling stations that we have planned. And this brings me back to the percentage of polling stations and sections. If we will have 57,517 polling stations, then we have 78,000 plus sections according to the latest count. That means that the polling stations will cover more than 83% of the actual number of electoral sections, which means that we have a large number of polling stations, and that means also that the polling stations will be pretty close to electoral sections. That was part of an effort to redesign the electoral geography in the country for purposes of this constitutional mandate of bringing polling stations closer to citizens, so that travel time was as short as possible, and so that citizens can find polling stations as close to their address as it is possible to cast their vote. This is something we have been informing for more than 10 days through the Ubica tu Casilla, or Find Your Polling Station program, and also in communities and localities themselves, were through multiple mechanisms, including the use of banners in those places where polling station will be set up, so that citizens can know if that is the one that corresponds to them, or where they can find the polling station they will be able to go to on Sunday. So a huge effort was made based on the resources available to us, so that once again we could bring polling stations closer to citizens. Thank you. Councilor Faz, thank you. Councilor Zavala. Yes, in this order we have Councilor Bass, Mrs. Zavala, and then Councilor Favela, and then Councilor Rivera. Councilor Faz, please. I have already responded to some of the questions. I also made reference to the following. Somebody asked if INE will win or the presidency will win. I mean, that is not the right interpretation. The ones who should win would be citizens in principle, because with this recall referendum exercise, and together with the consultation we held the last time, we're witnessing the emergence of participatory democracy. And in that regard, we can see that citizens are taking ownership of this recall reference, and that is very clear. For example, we have a level of rejection that has been lower when it comes to participating as polling station officials compared to 2021. the level of rejection was lower than that we had in the last election, contrary to certain expectations, or in the sense that people were reluctant to participate. That hasn't been the case. On the contrary, there has been a lot of acceptance. For 99.93% of the polling stations, we have the guaranteed presence of the polling station officers necessary, and more than 90% of them have participated in simulations or practice of the election day. And once again, what we have seen is that citizens have taken ownership of this process. Earlier today, Councillor Humphrey has talked about how many have been delivered. Well, that figure has changed because it's a dynamic figure. But so far, we have 51,751 packages delivered already. It was 88.27 a few minutes ago, but it has changed because it's increasing. So everything is ready so that next Sunday we have a day for citizens' expression. And we're encouraging citizens to participate and take ownership of this vehicle, which is already evident in the response of those who will participate in polling stations as polling station officers, which involves a level even higher than that in the last election next Sunday. So we want to encourage citizens to participate fully next Sunday, because despite all the adversities, despite all the challenges that we have already expressed, the Institute, the INE, has fulfilled its tasks, and everything is ready so that this participatory democracy has or can witness or experience a good recall referendum day. Let me talk about the effects of these warnings or measures issued by the court. This is interesting because the INE issues these warnings, and the contentious litigious court follows up on it. That work has been done by the technical contentious litigation unit. In the case of billboards, for example, they have been taken down. That was not the only order. Let me remind you that the INE said, look, if you have contracts, because we didn't know who was behind these billboards and who was paying for these wall messages or messages painted on walls and billboards, we asked them, look, if you have contracts with suppliers, send them to the INE. Otherwise, they will be taken down. We have actually removed more than 100 where we didn't have a clear relationship between those who were paying and the providers or suppliers. But we have been fair. All of this information is put into a file. And let me remind you that in each and every of these aspects, the Electoral Tribunal, through the regional specialized courtroom, is the one that must reach the bottom of these cases with all the evidence provided, and will impose sanctions. And if applicable, they would determine the sanction process. The worrying thing here is the number of issues that we have been informed of. But especially, we have seen a persistent attitude by government officials because they are reluctant to abide by the law. That will be judged or tried by the Electoral Tribunal. The Electoral Tribunal also punishes the failure to abide by these measures ordered by the court. And I believe that they will have all the information they need, and they will be able to take all the measures they need based on the seriousness of these accusations and based on all the complaints filed so far. There are more complaints on these warnings or measures because some of them, these warnings or measures, are not involved. But the bulk of these cases will be dealt with by the specialized courtroom of the tribunal, because they will be the ones reaching or getting to the bottom of all matters. There is an important aspect also for me. And I say that because we have the support of citizens. My colleagues have also said it, and I reaffirm it. Citizens were willing to participate in all different positions as observers, men and women, as polling station officers, as electoral trainers, which means that the INE or INE continues to work collectively with citizens. And that, Claudia, and this is to address your question, is what motivates us to continue to work for citizens. I mean, we have everything ready and set up so that citizens can fully exercise their right to vote. And I said earlier today that citizens will lead by example. We will give an example of how we want democracy is reshaped in Mexico. And we're doing that all throughout the process. We have been doing that despite all these political juncture, despite all these accusations and attacks, despite all of that, or in spite of all of that, we continue to have the support of citizens. And to date, we still have a high level of trust in the INE. And also, I would like to tell our staff that this support from the citizens should motivate us to continue to do things the right way, because we took an oath to abide by the Constitution, and we're fulfilling our duties beyond political junctures. So the question is, how do I feel? I feel fortunate, and I feel happy to continue to be working to continue to work at the service or to the service of citizens, because they continue to support us, and will give proof of the fact that reshaping democracy is something we want to do in peace, but also based on the social consensus provided for in our laws and the Constitution. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Favela. Please. Yes, let me refer to several questions. One of them was what would be the actual of the real impacts of these sanctions imposed on public officials. Let me remember you that the INE doesn't sanction anybody, as Mrs. Zavala just said. There is a system. The INE receives complaints. We investigate the facts. We conduct a preliminary investigation. We can issue preliminary measures and or warnings. And once all the investigation is completed, that file is submitted to the specialized courtroom of the tribunal, so that they can reach the bottom of the matter and they can impose the corresponding sanctions. But I believe that here the most important thing would be the following. Let me make it very clear. The INE is acting illegally. We're abiding by the law and the Constitution, and there shouldn't be any doubt about it. Now, who is investigating the use of the National Guard airplane, which was one question by Tenica? The Electoral Contentious Unit is doing that, because that's the area of our institute that received this complaint, and they're investigating these facts. As to the number of complaints that we have received, Mr. Murayama mentioned that we have more than 100, and in most of them, in addition to receiving reports of related, for example, to illegal advertising on walls or billboards, among other things, we're also receiving reports on the potential use of public resources, which is something that we're all also investigating, and that is being done by the Electoral Contentious Litigation Area. And there was another question as to the number of billboards that have been taken down, so removed. Well, let me remind you that one of the measures was in that direction, to have more transparency as to who had contracted that advertising. And what we ordered on May 11 and March 11 and April 1st is this. We said, look, advertising companies should inform us of who made the contract of those billboards. If the contract was available, there was no reason to remove those billboards. That could continue unless that advertising had been paid or was being paid by a political party, a government agency, or a public official, or a public servant. And what we have so far is that there are 76 companies, advertising companies, or individuals and corporations hiring advertising, saying, look, I hired or I contracted these advertising services, and here's my contract. And we have contracts validating those advertising efforts in billboards, some other things. So we're talking about more than 420, 430 people who have been providing information regarding these billboards that were hired. And regarding messages painted on walls, they were also ordered to remove those messages, those ads in different boroughs or municipalities. The message is very clear. We're doing what we have to do. We're enforcing the Constitution and the laws, and we're taking all the measures at our reach in order to have all this process under the law. So that was one thing. Who's paying for that advertising? And number two, we need to find out where these financial resources come from. Well, I don't have that information right now, but I can find it out. I can request it from the electoral contentious litigation area. But most billboards were contracted by individuals or corporations, and that's the reason why they are still there. I mean, those who lacked the paperwork had to be removed or taken down. And here, I believe that this message, in the sense that the INE is doing its job, should be very clear. I wish you had asked about the following, because government officials are not abiding by the law, and that is a behavior that they should also change when it comes to upcoming federal and local elections. The winners here, on the other hand, should be first and foremost democracy, and then citizens. We're not trying to engage in a confrontation with anyone, and as authorities, what we can say, and this was said by Mr. Murayama, the warnings that we have issued were confirmed by the superior courtroom, but clearly we're not acting with a nil purpose. We're abiding by the law, and truly hope that the winners are Mexican democracy and Mexican citizens. Dr. Rivera, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me start by addressing some of the questions made by Erika Hernandez, a reporter from the Reforma newspaper, as regards sanctions or measures adopted by the IED. In this matter, we should say that to begin with, almost all of them have been the result of complaints filed with the contentious litigation, electoral contentious litigation area, as already explained. This has been explained by the members of that commission, and there are some cases where, due to the nature of the alleged offense, we notify the investigation unit, to our investigation unit, and we have received some complaints in this investigation or oversight unit regarding the competence of certain bodies. We actually have 12 procedures open, either via notification from the contentious litigation unit or as a result of direct complaints. Basically, these cases are dealt with by the oversight unit and the corresponding commission. In those cases, were resources side, there are resources being used by individuals who should not be intervening in this recall referendum, specifically members of political parties, which are the main ones who should abide by this provision. And that also includes government officials or public agencies or bodies. And in some particular cases, that also applies to the to those situations where individuals, private individuals, are providing financial resources to incur those expenditures. So these are ongoing processes. There may be more along the way because we continue to receive supports or notifications. Now, on the other hand, as regards some of the statements that have been going on, in the sense that some polling stations are 8 hours away from some voters. That is simply false. That is completely false. And whoever says that is not acting in bona fide, or is doing or is making up things. Nobody can confirm that or prove that, but there is a very simple reasoning behind it. Let me explain. In all the different districts, um, the district headquarters is hardly too distant from any point in the district. There are some cases, there are some exceptional cases where this could occur, but polling stations are not necessarily in the main district or in the main district offices. They are distributed or set up strategically so that they can be geographically accessible in the territory and in each of the different electoral districts. Yes, there are voters that will have to go out of their sections to vote. Yes, that's true. And most of them, however, will be able to have access, or will have access to an adjacent polling station. And for others, the distance will be longer. But I mean, there is no way that that long time is possible, which is something they have said, either because they have an ill intent or they are lying, which is something we have seen in many media and some channels. Let me talk about the question, uh, very straight forward question as to whether we feel intimidated or not. This was posed by Claudia Flores. No, we do not feel intimidated. We do feel, however, that the attacks on two of our colleagues from some political actors and media outlets are attacks on INE as a whole, and that's how we feel it. We feel them as attacks on the institution. We are not taking them personally. We're talking about attacks on the institution and the principles that we represent and advocate. I mean, we're not intimidated. We do not feel intimidated. We're determined to fulfill our duties, the duties provided for by the law and the Constitution. And we are confident. We trust our citizens. And we trust the civic and democratic vocation of citizens, so that all these participatory democratic processes are lawful, peaceful, and exemplary processes, considering the democratic momentum that fortunately is already deeply rooted in Mexican society. However, there are some facts of concern. I would even say that they are ominous when it comes to this process, when it comes to this recall referendum that under the Constitution is a process of citizens that could be the result of the loss of trust in the president. Now, let me tell you that the legal restrictions when it comes to the intervention or participation of political parties and public servants, which were not determined by the INE, by the way, but are part of the law, have been darkening and contaminating the environment in which this type of democratic citizens participation process should take place. And the most concerning thing is that these infractions, these transgressions are increasingly open, and they are increasingly repetitive and challenging. And that challenge, as some political actors have stated, even cynically, they are not only challenging the INE. These actions are open threats and challenges to the law and the Constitution. The INE is doing what it is supposed to do under the law. And let me tell you that when it comes to these behaviors, which are unlawful and often challenging are producing a lot of evidence that is visible to everyone. And there must be consequences. There will be consequences under the law. I'm talking about immediate consequences for the time being. As far as the INE is concerned, we're issuing the measures that the INE under the law is entitled to issue. And when it comes to oversight, and there will be procedures to find out the truth and impose the corresponding sanctions. Also, let me refer to the consequences resulting from resolutions from the Federal Branch Superior Court that has ratified all the warnings and measures issued by the National Electoral Institute. And there should also be consequences resulting from investigations and resolutions reached by the prosecutor's office specializing in electoral offenses. And hopefully they will do it, because there are many transgressions and many behaviors that involve alleged behaviors, alleged electoral offenses, and that they should be investigated. And we should also think about the future consequences that could exist and should exist. What am I talking about? Maybe today, as many journalists and experts have expressed, that what the INE is doing wouldn't seem to be enough to stop these openly transgressive and unlawful behaviors. But there may be future consequences because we're receiving and seeing evidence of this, and this is being imprinted in the consciousness of many citizens, both men and women. Let's remember that the series of electoral legal changes in the last 30 years were the result of unlawful and abusive behaviors, and even embarrassing behaviors of people in the past that violated the law and the conditions of equality when it comes to electoral races in any voting process. These consequences, sooner or later, will leave the same lawmakers that at the time adopted measures to prevent these acts of abuse or inequality, to strengthen the capacities of the authorities so that the law can be enforced. All these legal scaffolding we have is strong, and it is being used to the extent of our abilities. If, in spite of that, they continue to violate the law, the lesson learned here is that it will be necessary to review the law, not in order to weaken electoral authorities, and not to mention to take away its autonomy and deliver it or hand it over to the power or the powers in turn. But the idea would be that the law the law can be enforced to defend the political rights of all Mexican citizens. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Lilia Cruz. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to lay emphasis on the comment that you made and this question about who will win on this Sunday. Well, the winners would be citizens. Number one, because citizens were taking ownership of these citizens' participation mechanisms. And number two, because I want to remind the representatives in office as a result of a popular vote that they can be impeached. And this is an accountability and transparency tool and instrument for those who govern us. As you may have heard, we are ready to serve more than 92 million Mexicans, and men and women included in the voting roll or list, and all of them will have a ballot available. In the case of special polling stations, you asked about it again, we'll have 2,000 ballots in each, and everything is ready, and we're all set. So we are confident that once again, with the participation of citizens, including those that will count and receive votes, as well as those that will be observing the process, and those who will be with us all day long will help us to celebrate this participation of citizens. So the winners are citizens because they will have access to free participation, and the only winner will be our democracy. Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. I would like to be very clear that the INE is not censor anyone, is not censoring anyone, that we don't limit the participation of no one, but we have the obligation to make sure that the Constitution is followed and that law is obeyed. And we've been doing that from different areas of the Electoral National Institute. So what we have, first of all, with respect to if the citizens have met or not the Constitution, is what we have said before in our meetings. If someone was the head of the executive branch, could defend his achievements, and the opposing parties criticize the government actions. Is not an electoral process, and it's just a citizens' participation process, but that's not what the Constitution says. So it is important that after this recall process, we have to go and review many, many things. Well, not we, but the House of Representatives, for example, the function, actually the promotion that ended up yesterday needs to be reviewed. Also, I have to say that the INE is not an island, and it is not because a complaint has been filed, that's it. No, that has to be sent to other areas of the Institute. Currently, our oversight unit has two different complaints that are being analyzed based upon the origin and destination of funds in the recall process, and of course, these may give place to other type of liabilities or administrative offenses or crimes. And if we have the evidence to prove this, we will share it with the appropriate authorities that will have to make sure that the funds are not deviated to be used for something else. It is important to say that we will do all that. We'll go with the authorities with jurisdiction, if it is within the electoral field or if it becomes an administrative liability. Of course, that we will report it to appropriate authorities with jurisdiction. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the commitment of the citizens, the acceptance to become polling station officers, and also to be electoral observers. We also have about 100 people from other countries that are going to be observing this recall process. And with all these, I think that we have very relevant actions in which the INE is being supported and in the company of citizens of all fields. So thank you again to all the citizens that are participating in this process. Thank you, Isabel, Councillor Isabel. I'm going to be very brief because I think that we have taken way too much in this second round. I would like to say that out of the 172 complaints that we have filed in which improper actions have been reported with respect to the recall process, they are being analyzed within a special process. And that implies that the INE is going to be doing research actions, is going to do all the formalities of the process. However, the resolution and therefore the sanction is going to be imposed by the regional specialized room. And secondly, with respect to the question by Erika from Reforma newspaper, on how many of these complaints included public funds. I have the information of the three first topics in which these complaints are. The first one is improper promotion of the recall process by public servants, the spread out of official official propaganda with the personal participation of the President of the Republic, and official propaganda in the morning brief of the President. So in these three topics, we can say that, of course, there is the use of public funds. And these are the complaints that fill out most of the ones that we have. The other question is, how do I feel as a person? I feel deeply committed with democracy. I am totally convinced that Mexico needs an electoral body that is sound and that the institutions are made up of people. Thank you, Estadas Councillor. Thank you. I lost some ideas because I just kept on thinking on one idea. Do we feel intimidated? Well, I could reach certain conclusions about my colleagues, but I could not talk to them. I think that at this point of life, or at this point of my political life, could we feel that way? But I can only talk about myself. And I do not feel intimidated in no way. Of course, I was not a member in which being a member of the opposition may represent your death. I started to work, and the repression, if you were an opponent, didn't mean that you were going to get killed. But it is true that we have all lived repression of some sort. But at this point of life, it is very difficult that labor threats or the illegal exercise of criminal law could actually be translated into intimidation or maybe changing our political stance. What I do feel, and once again, I'm only talking about myself, but I don't think I'm the only one feeling this way. I am very concerned and very worried on what's happening, and very frequently I feel very indignated. The National Electoral Institute is organizing a recall process that has been constantly and actively been sabotaged by the House of the Representatives and also by the Tax Ministry. We have been forced with the mayor, we have been hand-tied in order to set up less number of polling stations so that could be used as it was something done by the councillors, because the councillors did not give up the money of their wages to set up the polling stations, which we needed 300 years of our wages in order to be able to meet the missing budget. So I think that not only the fact that it's being repeated, which may be just the political prose, but also the creation of this political attitude on these false statements is one of the worst blows that the democratic evolution of our country has received since we started in the last wave of democratization, actually maybe the only wave that we have had in Mexico, that started in 1977. The worst blow. So I am very concerned about the relationship between power and citizens with legality. Many of us studied in Mexico where legality wasn't present. And in a Mexico where political survival and personal survival of people depended upon his or her capacity of navigating illegality. The progress in the construction and development of a full state of law has been difficult difficult as the construction of the electoral democracy. So I am very concerned by a prose in which the old idea that breaching the law, that breaching legality can actually be an expression of the person in power. This is something that can be actually claimed by societies that are victims of authoritarian regimes with incredible situations. For example, the crime against authority, offenses against the authority, and which could represent conditions that will reach groups of society that will come out of legality and breach the state of law. We are not in that situation as of now. When legality is being breached by the people in power, we are not talking about popular right or popular law or the popular right, I'm sorry, to initiate a riot. We are talking about an abuse of institutional capabilities so that they can go to spaces where they should not go, and the power of one or a different group will um, take over things that should not be in their hands. So this is a factor that we have to take into consideration in the complaints filed against the Institute. A fundamental baseline for law is that you can actually expect a minimum of self-contention by power so that it doesn't go above law. However, when for a political current to breach the law becomes actually one of the signs or one of the emblems of its fight, we are to be concerned. When it's been said, things that have been repeated, that the INE has participated in electoral frauds, that it participated in the electoral fraud of 2006, I'm not going to go into discussing what was happening in 2006, but to say that this institution and those of us sitting here making decisions had a participation in what could have happened in 2006 is not only forcing the political pros, is actually making up the reality, because those things did not actually happen. And then there is a river of false presentations against us. We are not democratic. We work in fraud. And these types of things that have not been supported, not even with judicial documentation, but at least human proof that could actually say that this is true, and that this repeats, it's even worse, because there is a group of people that are constantly repeating the slanders. So that's very, very concerning. It looks like INE has behaved as it should have done. We have accepted the conditions that have been imposed by power. In spite of the sabotage that we've been object of, we are going to provide to the citizens an election process that is going to be comprehensive, that is going to be with vote counting and well counted, and an election process in which each citizen is already having a ballot waiting for he or she. That some of the polling stations are going to be farther than usually, yes, but that's part of the sabotage. We wanted to set up 161,000 polling stations, the same number and the same location, except for the ones that need to be modified because elections are that way, that we did in 2021. But it was the power that decided not to do so. It was the power that decided to close the funds to the institute so that there were not enough polling stations and that there were going to be citizens that will need to go further, but they could blame it on the INE as the infringement of the right of the 20% of the voters. But we are going to have the polling stations, and in spite of everything, the citizens are going to be able to go. And let me tell you, the Institute is not expecting 7 million people to vote as in the popular referendum, or the 37 million people that are needed in order to have the results binding. This institute is expecting that the 92,700,000 voters that have the right to vote go to the polling stations, and we have the capacity to receive the vote of these 92,700,000 people, to count their votes and to provide the quick count and at the night of the election day, and official information 48 hours after the closing of the elections day. And there is something that I cannot keep for myself any longer. Córdoba and Murayama are not the National Electoral Institute, and they do not give orders to the voters. They have never given me orders, and by all means, anyone who tries to tell me how to vote, even if it's them or someone else, is going to receive the same answer. I vote in accordance to law and according to my own conscience, and I could care less who could be angry for what I vote for or for how I live. I have had strong differences with these two counselors, and they are not, I don't have a block with them. I'm not part of a team with them. However, those differences are not going to make me to renounce and stop defending the institution, because the institution represents not the people, but the struggle of 30 years by all the Mexicans that want to get free of elections corrupted and the killing of candidates. So I cannot say that when two of our councilors are threatened, not only from the criminal standpoint of view, but personally, because these two councilors have been threatened, maybe with insinuations, but they've been threatened, their lives and their families. And that is not acceptable in any democracy. No. No, when these threats are against my friends or my enemies. And it is not acceptable or admissible when they are against colleagues with whom I may have more or less agreement. So I would like to encourage everyone to take perspective, and let's look at the context that we have currently. What does the recall election program means, and everything around it? What does it mean that the judicial branch has refrained from prescribing or judging the budget choking that has been done by the House of Representatives? The INE is not the only victim. All the state bodies are under this situation as well, or even worse. And finally, what's the place of the power, and where are the limits for this power? The judicial branch needs to put its stance, Because remember that this practice of reducing budgets is not something that has been used just now. It was used before in the old systems, and it was used especially against municipal governments that were of the opposing party. The great responsibility that the INE has is to provide a comprehensive recall process, and the judicial branch has to guarantee the legality of the electoral processes and other processes, and it has also the obligation of rule and outlaw any other practice that breaches the law, such as the reduction of budgets that are needed. I close by saying that the INE needs to be defended, and it has to be defended by taking into account what it means. Renouncing to this simple argument that is given to us as society, that in the INE there are just two people that rule the INE, and that they are bad, and therefore the INE is bad, and therefore it has to be destroyed. And the destruction of the INE is something that has to be done in accordance to law or breaching the law, because our country deserves it. I do not accept this. I will not participate in it, and you can count on that. Without me being in the same line of thought with any other counselor, I will just keep and continue with my same performance in legality. So I encourage the citizens of Mexico to go on April 10th to cast your vote with the same confidence that you did it on June the 6th. However, be known now that in spite of the fear that they say that maybe participation is not going to be as needed, the reduction of participation is going to be blamed on the INE. So if you want to defend the INE, you have to vote on April 10th. Mr. Saldaña says that he had to leave because he had another thing going on. So we pass the floor to the President Councilor. I know that we have 5 questions still unanswered, but there are certain topics that we have not put on the table, so we have to do it. Is this the background for the re-election? No, it is very clear in the 2 questions that are in the ballot. Does he leave, or should he stay until he completes his term? Any other interpretation should be considered a product of imagination or bad intention. The question is very clear, and no, it's not going to happen until the Constitution is modified, and that has to be done by other instances. Erika, about the plane and the complaints and the billboards taken down. What we have to do is only to make the investigation and present the regularity, but we don't decide on it. When there are injunctions or cautionary measures, is because there's been evidence on these alleged improper behaviors, but we have to do it through a specialized unit. The plane, it has already been filed. So what's going to happen? The commission decided that it was going to be the special room if the law had been breached or not. And if there is a breach, then it's going to be also an electoral crime, and it will have to be sent to the prosecutor of electoral crimes, because it also applies those crimes here. And the same thing with respect to the billboards. We are not the ones that have to define that. We can only do the injunctions and the cautionary measures, and it will be a special room, the one that will decide on that. And with respect to the complaints on the use of public funds, I compliment what has been said. There are 13 complaints already in the electoral crimes unit that said that there is a breach of one of the articles of the Constitution with respect to the use of public funds. And besides of the 12 that have already been mentioned by Councilor Rivero. 13 of the 172 that we have already talked about. Special polling stations. What happens if they run out of ballots? What happens in every election? They have 2,000. That means that we have 60,000 ballots so that the voters in transit can vote everywhere, one per district. When we run out of them, we run out of them. Maybe there'll be more voters in these special polling stations. Well, that takes me back to what I have said before, and especially has been said by Councilor Espada in the last presentation. And we're clear on this, and we are loud on this. If we don't have more polling stations in our country, it's the responsibility of the House of Representatives and the tax ministry, because they did not pay what was stated by law. And if there is any question about it, just go and read the suspension made by González Alcántara Justice and the electoral resolution. No one can decide that we are responsible for that we don't have enough polling stations, because the INE has been done, and that's been acknowledged in those resolutions. But we could, with the budget reductions, and I agree with what they have said, and it is actually a decision that was on purpose so that they would hurdle the performance of the INE. There is no other way. If there are not enough polling stations, it's the responsibility of the House of Representatives and the tax ministry, not of the INE. We have also received criminal charges, some of the councilors here, in spite of public discredit, because we have tried to do everything that we could on our hands, juridically speaking and administratively speaking, to have more polling stations. So the responsibility is for whoever is responsible for that.
And we are worried about it. I mean, we're intimidated. Are we intimidated? You just saw it. We're not intimidated, but they want to intimidate us. But they haven't achieved their purpose. They have not intimidated us, and they want. This is not the first time they want to intimidate the Federal Electoral Institute. In the past, there were other attempts to intimidate us. This institution, as you may have seen, is not intimidated by anyone, because we have the support or the backing of the Constitution and the law in each and every of our decisions. Do they want to intimidate us? Yes. Are we intimidated? No. What we are is worried. Of course we're worried. And I heard that from our colleagues. We're in front of a series of irregularities and lawful actions that, from a standpoint of their magnitude and their coordinated and systematic action, we have never seen before. Let me give you an example, precisely talking about complaints to illustrate this point. All throughout the 2020-21 electoral process, 169 complaints were filed throughout the 9 months of that period. Today, I'm sure that what happened yesterday will bring in more complaints, and reasonably so. But to date, we have received 172 in this process in only 5 months, from November on. The average in 2021 was 29 complaints by month. The average of complaints received today, even though the process is not over, is 134 per month. And, 34 per month. And that is our concern in response to these systematic behaviors that have been coordinated and systematically perpetrated with impunity. We are really worried. We're really worried to see that in this constitutional democracy process, there are people who say that they shouldn't pay attention to us. The constitutional authority leading electoral process. This means that they shouldn't pay attention to rules. This is a call to impunity, which is worrying, which is what my colleagues have said. How are we worried? Yes. But we are gathered around cohesion. We have heard it, you have seen it, and I want to thank, as president of an institution of an organization, I want to commend my colleagues, my 10 council colleagues, electoral colleagues, for their height of sight and their attitude and their professionalism and all everybody for working together with citizens. And I also want to thank citizens who have closed the ranks with their INE. And also, we are at ease. We are at ease because citizens, once again, can trust other institutions. And you can see the figures. We just mentioned them. This election day or recall day will be successful as a result of this partnership between citizens and the INE. And we're at ease because we have done everything we had to do so that the table is served and so that everybody can sit around it. And citizens that want to vote next Sunday can reshape democracy. One last comment. Erika asked about consequences. We are only talking about the consequences of complaints. I believe that this is the right moment to share with you, our colleagues from the press, that once the INE provides a quick round results on election night, and on Sunday we expect to have all the results on district counts, this institute will have to inform the Superior Court that the Electoral Tribunal so that they can issue a resolution and make a notification to the different powers and citizens so that we can conclude this process. And this final opinion resolution will involve judging or making an assessment of all the events that have taken place. And of course, we will go to the court to submit all the evidence we have, the evidence of everything that has been reported to us. What is the job of the Superior Court? They'll have to make the corresponding decisions. And I truly hope that the responsibility of political actors, which is really ill-intended and openly violatory of the law, does not bring eventually other consequences, including the annulment of this process by the court. I hope that does not happen because that will eventually result in the worst sanction on the democratic process. But that's up to the Superior Court. We will simply provide them with all the elements at hand and all information we have on the unlawful behaviors that have taken place in this journey. Councilor Espadas has said that he has received threats on his family and his life. He's talking about threats made by Felix Salgado. Have you received any other threats? I mean, whoever files a criminal complaint does not do it because I mean, they want to take people to jail. We receive threats every single day. And we're not only subject to intimidations and threats. This is not new. But as an old magistrate says, and the colleagues from the first generation of this institute know, not because they're old, but because they were simply part of the first generation. There are no threats here. All you can have is people who take these threats personally and accept them. And there's nobody doing that here. We have only a few minutes left. Aurora Cepeda, please. Yes, I only wanted to ask for some information and guidance for citizens because on social media we're already seeing the circulation of audio and video files reporting frequent or illegal practices to gather people, and we want to prevent that. I mean, what do you say to citizens? What would be the procedure? How can citizens report these facts, and who should they go to? What authority? I have more questions, but there is not enough time. Rafael Ramirez from El Sol de Mexico. Very briefly, Councilor President, beyond these feelings of concern and threats and offense that you have expressed, I would like to ask you, what do you expect? I mean, what will be the actual role of the INE after this exercise? Elia Castillo from El Heraldo de Mexico. Thank you. Very briefly, I just mentioned something about it, Mr. President, but after the multiple reports that have been filed regarding the breach of these rules, is there the possibility of challenging the results before the court? And also, I want to know if there is a precedent in electoral exercises that can be comparable from the standpoint of the number of violations in this referendum process. Thank you. Finally, Abasil Rivera from Financiera Bloomberg. Yes, Councilor President, after all of this we've heard, what you just described, after everything you just described and what the councilors just mentioned, does the INE have its days counted? Because the president says that he will request a legal reform to eliminate some of their powers before Congress. And you know that the opposition sometimes works as a united front and sometimes they don't. Do you believe that you will continue to be able to defend democracy as an autonomous or independent body or not? Councilors? Go ahead, please, Councilor Murayama, please. I believe that it's important to point out that we can talk on one side about administrative offenses which have been occurring, and these administrative offenses have been hurting or harming the legality or the lawfulness of this recall referendum process. And we'll see once the Electoral Contentious Litigation Unit investigates and the resolutions of the specialized courtroom will determine if official resources were used, which would be unlawful too. But coercing citizens or making attempts to buy citizens' participation is expressly means engaging in electoral offenses. I truly hope that we do not get to those extremes, the extremes of abuse. Let's hope that we won't get there on Sunday. Let's hope that people in government or political actors make attempts to coerce, intimidate, or buy people's votes, citizens' votes. And in effect, there are channels to report that. There are channels to report that you can go to the electoral offenses unit or specialized unit. The prosecutor's office, the prosecutor's office for electoral offenses. They will deploy, hopefully, their agents all throughout the country. And hopefully all notaries public in Mexico will be keeping an eye on this process. And electoral structures which also have certification powers can assist in this deployment so that these behaviors that are now being reported are punished. But that would be another level when it comes to breaking the law. In the Mexico of the 21st century, in this 2022, we shouldn't be seeing these practices that date back to the authoritarian Mexico and the last century. That would be an ominous message regarding our national reality. And as to the question of whether the INE has its days counted, well, I truly hope it doesn't. I truly hope that this institution prevails. I will no longer be an electoral counselor 1 year from now. And the same applies to other three colleagues, because we're appointed for a period of 9 years, which began on April the 4th, 2014. And we will complete our term. But the institution should prevail. Why? Because the INE is the institutions that Mexicans want and decided to support in an effort to have clean elections to prevent electoral races going beyond the law and take place in peaceful and democratic terms. the creation or the existence or the destruction, excuse me, of an institution like ours would be the same as destroying the democratic life in Mexico. The INE guarantees elections. If you damage a school, you damage the right to education. If you damage a hospital, you damage the right to health. If you destroy the INE, you would harm the right to effective suffrage. It would be an involution that would suffocate liberties and rights. For that reason, I cannot imagine Mexico without an INE. And if that is the case, I don't even want to imagine that. As an ordinary citizen, I truly hope that in 2024, I can go to a polling station with polling station officials duly selected and appointed by the INE in equal conditions. And I would also hope that no governors or people in power are intervening or interfering with elections. And I can assure you that these institutions can guarantee that an institution that today we're privileged of being a part of. And let me add another word in response to the question, how are you? Well, we are offended. We feel offended after listening to these attacks and slandering actions, but also worried about the harm on the INE, the potential harm on the INE, but also convinced that the INE is fulfilling its duties right now. Thank you. Just a couple of questions more, if you allow me. Precisely talking about these unlawful rallies and bringing people in to vote through coercion and handouts. Well, we already have communication channels open to receive complaints. We have INETEL 800 773 7233. You can call this number, and anybody who witnesses an unlawful action has the moral and civic duty to report that we're open to these filed complaints and channel them to the prosecutor's office on electoral offenses. How does this process compare to other processes? I already answered that question. We have the largest number of complaints received in a similar process, but we have seen systematic unlawful actions. And what will be the role of the INE after this recall? Well, we have done everything we had to do, and the only reason was to do our job. And we want this civic institution to continue to be the institution that has the highest level of trust among citizens. And below it, we always work together with citizens in each and every election process. And citizens have agreed to work together with INE so that the recall referendum can be a reality. And that's the main assurance that this will be a successful referendum. The INE is only an assistant partner in the process, and we're the allies and partners of citizens, which we have seen has been confirmed. Do we have our days counted? Of course, there will be those that will attempt to do that, but the INE is the outcome of a long struggle by Mexican citizens. And as long as citizens continue to have a democratic decision, which is something we already have, INE will be here for the long term. Thank you. This is the end of this press conference. Thank you, colleagues. See you on Sunday. Thank you.
fue el sonido?
No, te escuchamos, Manuel, ya estás al aire.
Ah, perdón.
Can you
Gracias.
hear us? Yes, you're on air. Good afternoon to everyone. Good evening to everyone. Let's continue with our fourth session of this information forum for international mission observers in the framework of the the recall referendum for the Mexican president. I remind you that we have 98 accredited foreign observers from 25 countries, and as usual, the INE refers an information program to share information on this recall. Let's hand over the microphone to Electoral Councilor Dr. Adriana Favela. You have the floor, Mrs. Favela, please. Hi to everyone. Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to say hi to all the people who are here in Mexico. We're honored to have you. Welcome. We want to welcome all these foreign observers. We're glad to have you here in this recall referendum process. I want to apologize because I didn't have time to connect or join the session from my computer, and so I'm joining the session via my cell phone. I just came out of a meeting and when we had a press conference with media. And I'm in charge of this session number 4, complaints and sanctions when it comes to elections. I wanted to tell you that in this recall referendum, we have received a significant number of complaints filed. And also, I would like to tell you that we have received several complaints that obviously have to do with this process, and most of them are related to the intervention of public officials in this process, which is prohibited by law. And they also have to do with the participation of political parties, including in particular Morena, which is the political party in power. And also there are some complaints related to the use of financial or public resources that are unlawfully used, among other circumstances. So these are the most important issues when it comes to these complaints. And we're in a peculiar situation, and I say it because at the end of the day, this recall referendum that legally means that citizens can have the power to impeach the president who was elected for 6 years. Now that he has completed his third year of his administration. Well, in most countries, the ones requesting these kind of referendums are opposition parties or those against the way in which people in power are governing a country. But surprisingly, in this case, we have seen the political party in power requested, in addition to an organization, a political organization that is requesting it. They were the ones requesting this referendum. The recall reference, they're not talking about an impeachment proceeding. They're actually interested in ratifying his position. And I explained that because I would like you to understand why we have received so many complaints in connection with the different public officials involved. Because we're talking about public officials who are part of the Mexican government, and they are the ones insisting on this referendum, including the president himself, who is the core of this recall referendum process. And they have the support of people in power. And yesterday, a precautionary measure was issued in connection with the Minister of Interior and other ministers of the cabinet. So we have high-level people involved in the country. The Morena political party is also being reported or accused frequently because of their intervention. There were precautionary measures issued yesterday so that the president of Morena would stop participating in rallies to support the president and encourage people to participate in the referendum in support of the president. So I wanted to make this introduction, but also I wanted to tell you that legally we have fared well. I mean, we have a commission on complaints and reports whose technical secretary is Carlos Ferrer. He is the head of the technical unit of electoral contentious litigation issues, which is where they receive all these complaints and they assess the situation. They conduct a preliminary investigation. If there is a request for precautionary measures, they formulate a project. And there are several proposals he has made, and they have been approved. And that means that we can also challenge these resolutions of the INE. But it is up to the electoral court to review these processes, even though these resolutions have been confirmed or ratified by them, because from a legal standpoint, they are consistent. And I want to take advantage of the opportunity to introduce my dear colleague, Carlos Ferrer, who is the Technical Secretary of the Complaints Commission and the head of the Electoral Contentious Litigation Unit. I'll give you the floor so that you can share more information with our dear guests from other countries. Go ahead, please. Thank you to Councilor Adriana Favela, President or Chair of the Commission on Complaints and Reports, for her introduction, for this brief introduction, which has already put on the table information and an overview of the situation so you can better understand it. I also want to say hi to those who are joining us today and those who are visiting us coming from different countries with the objective of observing and following up on this recall referendum process, which is being held for the first time at the federal level in our country, which means that it is a new episode in our institutional and legal or juridical life in Mexico. And obviously, this has posed a significant challenge both in terms of its organization and also from its legal aspects. And precisely with regard to these contentious litigation parties that we will be talking about in this talk, I will try to give you a general overview, and I will make an attempt to explain to you as accurately as possible how we process complaints, how we deal with reports related to the recall referendum, so that you can have a better understanding of the situation. Let me share with you a brief presentation so that you can have a better idea of what I'm talking about. You can see it. Can you? Yes. First of all, let me highlight the fact that we have a legal framework. We have a legal framework in Mexico that regulates this type of recall referendums, and it includes rules of the game for the recall and how we should process reports and complaints. And it has a legal foundation, which includes the political constitution of the Mexican United States, as well as the general law on electoral institutions and procedures. And we actually have a regulatory law that was specifically passed for this recall, even though this law was passed by the House of Representatives a little late, but it was approved. And we also have the guidelines of the National Electoral Institute, which were timely issued, and regulations regarding complaints and reports of this institute. So we have a legal framework that sets the foundations, sets and defines the rules, the express mandates to proceed with these type of referendums. Having said that, I want to impress upon you that the Mexican electoral laws and its framework provides for a special procedure when it comes to sanctions. This special sanctioning procedure is the legal route expressly designed to learn about the violations to the law and unlawful acts that can have an impact on electoral processes, but also it is a case of the recall referendum process. Let me briefly explain how it works. Let me tell you what the flow of processes, beginning from the moment the complaint is received its resolution. The complaint is typically filed at the National Electoral Institute, which is the authority in charge of receiving this type of complaints. And what we typically do when we receive a complaint is assign that complaint to a file number, and we start the preliminary investigation process. And based on the facts reported and the evidence submitted, we proceed. But we also take as a basis all investigations conducted by us, whereby we gather all the elements that allow the court later on to have sufficient elements to resolve whether a violation is confirmed or not. But not only that, Dr. Favela already explained that this preliminary investigation allows us to issue, if necessary, precautionary measures to stop or deter an unlawful behavior. Now, once all this preliminary phase is completed, then we have a hearing to hear from evidence and allegations where the different parties submit evidence and they can be heard. And there is also a notification to inform them of the behaviors denounced, and they are allowed to defend themselves. Once this is completed, then this file is handed over to the electoral court so that they can determine if there was an electoral legal violation or not, as I mentioned earlier. Now, this special sanctioning procedure has some basic or core characteristics. Number one, we have the principle that means that the parties have to submit evidence. But in practice, the electoral authority also conducts an investigation, which is a significant power it has. It should complete a thorough investigation, and we also have what we call a summary proceeding, which means that it has to be done. Everything has to be done in the short term, in a short period of time, so that we can come up with a quick resolution, and so that it is possible to identify irregularities and we can, or the court can validate or not an electoral process, or in this case, a recall once these objections have been addressed. Of course, in practice, many procedures are completed before that time, but there are others that given the complexity of investigations, have to be solved at a later time. But this is one of its main characteristics. So once the report is received in the court under the law, they have 24 hours to issue the corresponding sentence or resolution. But here I want to specify something. The specialized court of the electoral tribunal, which is the one in charge of issuing resolutions, have a special unit that is in charge or responsible for making sure that the file is properly put together. Otherwise, they can set back the investigating file back to the INE so that they conduct further investigation or complete other proceedings, and then INE sends the file back to the court. Of course, when this happens, we're beyond the 24-hour period. Sometimes it takes several days. In other words, the court will go through the file put together by the INE, and it may take more time depending on the complexity of the case. Now, let me stop a little here, and specifically let me talk about precautionary measures, which is still on the INE side as an administrative authority. As you know, as experts in the matter, precautionary measures are measures that are issued with a preliminary intent with the aim of stopping or suspending behaviors or acts that may be unlawful in a precautionary measure, so that we won't get to the point of irreparable damage or proceedings are violated or legal assets are affected irreparably, which means that these precautionary measures are transcendental element and an important element when it comes to contentious litigation in the field of elections. I say it very often, precautionary measures have become the core or the heart of administrative proceedings and sanction processes. Why? Because precisely what we're talking about, what we're aiming is at deterring unlawful activities, regardless of the final resolutions that may be issued by the court. Those who are participating in recalls and interested in recalls often go to the authority to stop or deter behaviors that are potentially unlawful. From there, the importance of these measures, and that's why I wanted to stop on this part so that you can also have it in your mind. Now, let me talk about some of the main obligations and rules of the recall that have been involving these sanctioning procedures. Dr. Favela had already talked about them, but let me stop a little here so that you can have a better idea.
First of all, I want to say that the INE, because of a constitutional order, is the only instance that can actually promote the recall process. Obviously, it has to be impartial and with the purpose of information. But what do we understand from this order? That there is no other authority or entity in Mexico that could promote the recall process. And this is very, very important because the National Electoral Institute receives the right and the power only to it to promote the citizens' participation in this recall process. The purpose was to make sure that there was no other authority involved in this process. It is a process that is to be done by citizens, organized by the National Electoral Institute, and therefore no other authority whatsoever regardless of the level, may participate in the promotion of the recall election. Another important ban that was clearly established in the Constitution is that from the time in which the call to participate in the recall process and until the end of the election day, all official propaganda of any level should be stopped in any means, exception made, of course, of informative campaigns for academic or health notices or civil protection. This is a very important topic, and I would like to make some clarification. As you may know or see, the ban says that the state propaganda needs to be stopped. It doesn't mean that the actions need to be stopped, that the government's actions need to be stopped, and that the actions that need to be done, carried out every day by public entities need to be stopped. No, the only thing it says that they should not spread propaganda with respect to their actions or activities, except for the exceptions made. And another important point is that the concept of official or state propaganda has a very long, sound, historical history of its scope and its approach, and therefore it's a very wide concept that includes any action, promise, government act that is being outspoken, spread, or made public. So the idea is that the citizens should be out of this bombing of official propaganda that could maybe have an impact in the decision that they will make on the election day. So that's why, and I highlighted, that's the reason why official propaganda cannot be spread or shared during that ban period. Can we argue if that is okay or not? That's a different debate. But what we need to be very clear on is that that's the constitutional legal model and actually reinforced and acknowledged by the Supreme Tribunal in Mexico, that model and not any other model. You may like it, you may not like it, that's a different debate, and that would require a revision of the Constitution and of the law in order to change it. But so far, this ban is actually active. Another ban is that it is prohibited to use public resources for the gathering of signatures and also for the purposes of promotion or propaganda related with the recall process. And it's totally natural in the rule of law because it is prohibiting that the public funds are used with the purpose of having an impact in the decision-making process of citizens. The public funds are actually for public works, for social actions that need to be carried out by the authority, but they may not use public funds in a recall process because that, by all means, would affect the principles of equity, neutrality, and equality in referendums such as the recall process. To do so would imply the unbalance of the decision-making process of the citizens, especially when we are talking about the stay or removal of a public servant or a public officer from his or her post or office. One more thing in this order is that citizens are the ones that can actually talk about the recall and state their stance in the recall process. And what does that mean? It means that it is a process for the citizens, by the citizens, to decide if they want to have this public servant stay in a public office. So the citizens are the ones that can actually give their points of view and their stance and what they will. And let me tell you one thing about the political parties. The political parties may not promote, may not have an opinion, may not participate in anything concerning the recall election. And this ban is actually a result of a constitutional analysis that the Supreme Court did. And I'll repeat myself. Political parties may not promote or talk about the recall election because that was stated by the Supreme Court based upon a resolution on a standard that allowed them to do so. And I repeat, political parties, authorities, or public entities are totally out of the recall process. The recall process can only be with the participation of the INE and the citizens that can, the INE has to do the promotion and the citizens may express their opinion and the electoral court in order to decide on any controversy or dispute. The other big ban is that no individual or corporation may purchase radio or television spots to promote the recall process. I was saying that citizens have that right, but what they cannot do by any means is to purchase time in radio and television. You know that the juridical standards since 2014 in Mexico has said that the management of radio and television times for electoral purposes is in the exclusive hands of the National Electoral Institute. So this ban It's also applicable in the recall process because no one can purchase time in radio and television. And this ban has the object of guaranteeing equity in the recall process. Because in previous years, before 2014, radio and television played a very important role in electoral race. And the free purchase was accepted, and that actually created disadvantages for some people because there were different prices for different electoral actors as well as different times. That's not anymore possible in Mexico, and the INE is the only entity that has the power to purchase them and distribute them. So the same thing with the recall process. So the INE, within its powers, is the only one that can use the radio and the television to promote the recall election. Any other will be subject to sanctions. Now I would like to talk about what's happened during this recall process with respect to electoral disputes so that you have a general idea. We have, there have been 172 complaints or reports. It's quite a large number if we take into account the type of procedure or process that we have, if we take into account the time, the bans, and the rules that are so clear in the Constitution and in the law. And all of these has represented for the institution a lot of work, an important challenge for the institute, but also for the Electoral Dispute Unit and the Complaint and Report Commission headed by Mrs. Favela. But we will continue working with it, with all the complaints. But look, 172 complaints, most of them through this special process that I have explained before, and just few of them with another procedures that we have in our law that has to do with the probable or alleged use of personal information of citizens. But 157 of them have been analyzed in this special process. We have opened 10 booklets of background. This is a juridical avenue when the complaint is not that clear, when the writing is not totally understood, when there is reasonable doubt on the intention of the person that is filing the complaint. But let's concentrate only in those that have to do with the recall election. So out of these 157 complaints, in 121 cases have been filed by political parties. That means that it is the political parties, the ones that are very active or mainly filing these complaints and reports. And the citizens have only presented 35, and it's been maybe one occasion. We have here a table with the main topics of the complaints or reports. We have 13 that are totally related with Article 134, paragraph 7 and 8. What does this paragraph says? It says the improper use of public funds, the personalized promotion of a public servant. There are others that have to do with work reports in which they are promoting the recall and purchase of times, just one case, and improper use of the information and that of the time allowed to political parties is when the political parties have used their time in TV or radio to promote the recall. Others that have to do with religious presentations, but most of them go against the standard. And these 134 include the improper advertising of the recall election, because maybe it's a political party, or maybe it's a public entity or a public servant doing the promotion, or maybe because it is in presence of official propaganda, which is banned during this period. And this is what I was saying before. When a public entity or a public servant talks about their actions, their activities, their promises, public works, or things like that, that's the majority of these complaints. And I was also talking about the other regular procedures that we have used that have not been that popular in this case, and I should not dedicate time to those right now, because the most important thing are these special procedures, these sanctioning special procedures. Now let's talk about cautionary measures or injunction or relief. Usually, all the complaints come with the request of certain cautionary measures and sometimes the abuse of the injunction, but that's a different topic, of course. But let's say so far that most of the complaints related to the recall, the complainant is requesting precautionary measures or injunctions in order to stop a conduct that is considered illicit, or to request that into the future that action is not repeated, or that action does not continue into the future. A potentially anti-juridical action. Once again, it's mainly the political parties and few citizens. In correlation with the matter of the complaints, the cautionary measures also are mainly with respect to the request for them, and it's the breaching of the principles of neutrality and equality, 137, but most of the precautionary or cautionary measures is concentrated in propaganda that goes against the accepted propaganda, which has to do promotion of the recall election by those that shouldn't, or the promotion of official activities. I would like you to know about this information. Of the cautionary measures that have been requested, in 46% of them have not been admitted. However, 54% of them have been admitted. And we have actually used 44 resolutions already, or issued 44 resolutions. But I want to say that the percentage of admissible complaints or requests for cautionary measures, 54 is quite high. It is not that common, because, and therefore we are assuming that maybe there is an important commission of illegal acts, maybe illegal acts, in this recall process. And I highlighted it is a very high percentage of granted precautionary measures. And the Councilor Favela was already saying this. You can see how all the resolutions adopted by INE in its commission with respect to cautionary measures, all these resolutions have 97.83% that have been considered final. And what does it mean? It means that either they were challenged, but they were acknowledged by a higher court and therefore became final, or they were not objected or challenged and they became final. So it first shows that that the authorities more or less have the same line of thought, which represents that the INE has had a sound behavior. It also says that the court has reviewed and has acknowledged the resolutions of the Institute. That means that the INE resolutions have gone through a screening process and they have been considered valid. So that gives us an idea of the perspective and the force that the INE and the electoral courts have. And of course, it also says that the political actors accept or are in this or accept or agree with the resolutions issued by the National Electoral Institute. I just want to say, with respect to this slide, that we have also issued injunctions against public servants of high levels in Mexico, beginning with the president of the country and governors of some of these states. And all these have been confirmed by the electoral court. And I put this on the table because there are two things that I want to be clear on. Number one, public servants have a double obligation to obey the law and the democratic rule of law, and they have not done so in these cases. So that is why the INE has reacted, acted, and been supported by the electoral court. And it's because they have made a point with respect to the recall election, either in favor, usually in favor of the President of the Republic, because they've been sent by the ruling party, or because they have spread in an improper manner public or official propaganda that they should not have done. And I would now like to talk about the order of interpretation that Congress requested. I'm sure that you know about it, and with that, I will close my presentation to open the floor for Q&A. But I think it's important that you have this information. In the rules of the game, our Constitution bans the changing of the rules in the middle of the game, and this is only natural. It goes along with the principle of juridical certainty. So, it happened that on March 17th, in the middle of the game, the Congress issued a law in which they make a different interpretation of official propaganda, and they change all the administrative history that we had before for interpretation and for enforcement. And of course, this created certain uncertainty. But the electoral court in the special room and in the higher room issued resolutions saying that this order is not applicable for this recall process because it's changing the rules in the middle of the game. Just for you to know that this also happened, because I am sure that you have heard about this new interpretation order with respect to official or state propaganda. I don't want to go deeper into this, but these are the resolutions issued by the higher court of the electoral room, just in case that you want to read more about it. If you need more information from me, I will be more than glad to share it with you on any information that you may need. So this is the general scope or the general situation of how we have managed the complaints and report filed. Thank you, Carlos. So, Q&A. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for your presentation. I've been trying to connect to get on the call with my computer, but I have not been able. Manuel told me that there were several questions, so if you allow me, I'm going to read them. Is this recall process, as it has been said, the performance or the action of the governors and of the President of the Republic is a way of being democratic as well. I would say maybe yes, it is a mechanism to move from electoral democracy to participative democracy. That was the question, if that is a transition. However, even in the Mexican Constitution, this juridical concept has been included, the recall, for the president of the country, and is usually being requested by people against the government. Yes, the federal government thought that maybe this recall process could happen because they are looking at it more than a recall as an acknowledgement, so that he continue until the end of his term, 6 years. And Maestro Carlos Ferrer was specifying also that there is a larger number actually that what was presented in previous electoral processes. And it was a short period of time. I don't know if Carlos would like to add something. And there is another question from Villalba from Paraguay that says that you talked about the cautionary measures. She wants to know how many of these were issued and which were the causes. Carlos, maybe you want to answer that one. Carlos, you are muted. Thank you. I agree with what Dr. Favela has said. I do believe that it is actually a participative democracy practice. However, we should not overlook this denaturalization by those requesting the process and by those promoting the process, because that's something that actually calls for attention. I had already given the figures of the cautionary measures and or injunctions, but I can repeat them, of course. 145 requests for the issuance of cautionary measures filed or requested by political parties and then by citizens. And these cautionary measures have to do mainly with the breaching of the rules of advertising and promotion and use of official or state propaganda. I was saying that 97% of the of these measures have become final because they were not challenged, or because if they were challenged, they were confirmed by the higher room of the electoral room. Of the electoral court, I'm sorry. If you need more information than the one that I have provided, please get in touch with me and I will gladly provide it. We have to ask our doctors who made the questions if there are any other questions. I don't know if they want to take the floor. Laura de Alba says, thank you. I don't know, Manuel. Is there another question that you see? No, I don't see any other questions on the chat. So maybe it's because the presentation of Professor Ferrer was very clear, or it may be because it was way too technical. And maybe we need a little more time in order to understand it or to think about it. I want our friends or foreign visitors to know that we have that mechanism and that we are deciding on the complaint and reports filed when it is considered that there's been a breach of law or an undue action by public servants or public entities, or with respect to the use of public funds, and that the INE is the authority that receives the complaints and or reports, does the preliminary investigation, and if there is a request of cautionary measure, it can be ordered And it's just incredible because he was saying 52% of admitted requests for cautionary measures. This hadn't happened before in other electoral processes. And we, as INE, with respect to all these resolutions have been revised by the higher court of the electoral court, and most of them have been confirmed. Now, let's talk about what type of measurements have been issued and considered final. Well, um, to tell, for example, the president of the country that he is the subject matter of the recall and he should not talk about it because he's the subject matter of the recall. And every day in the morning he has what he calls La Mañanera, which is his morning address to the media and he talks about the recall all the time. We have asked him to refrain from doing that, and those videos with those expressions by the president of the republic are downloaded. However, they are made live. We also have other measures against the Ministry of the Interior, of Internal Affairs, Gobernación, which is the second important, also against the Ministry of Energy, and the fourth transformation, that's how they called each other, which are the candidates presented by Morena, because they have talked about several things about the president of the republic in favor of. We have also issued measures when in this mañanera, the President López Obrador makes reference to things that could be understood as official propaganda. That, for example, that crimes rates have been reduced, that this support has been given to the citizens, that these public works have been completed, among other things. And as I said before, I think one of the measures that have been most common have been against the President of the Republic because this participation that he has.
And there are things that can be taken as or seen as government propaganda that come from people who are ministers in the cabinet or governors of the states, as well as the Morena legal group in Congress. Remember that Morena is in power in the federal government, among other public officials. So it's been kind of complicated to act as a referee in this recall as a result of these interventions. We at the INE do not make statements or issue resolutions. That's up to the electoral court of the federal judicial branch, and we only receive complaints. We start an investigation. We issue precautionary measures, and we continue to investigate the file if necessary, and we hand it over then to the court, to the federal branch court. That would be the end of my participation. I don't know if there are other questions. Carlos, I know if you want to say some final words and make some final remarks. Thank you for your time. I wanted to say goodbye, and we're at your service. We're available to you. Thank you, Mrs. Favela, for leading this session. Well, thank you, Mr. Ferrer. He is a person very knowledgeable about technical aspects. I believe that he leads the area of the institute that has received the lowest number of corrections or admonishments from the court. Because they do a good job. He must feel proud of the work he does. Thank you, dear Manuel, and thank you, Manuel Carrillo, for organizing this session, and thanks to all of those who are honoring us with their presence and following up on this recall referendum process. you're important guests, and you're both men and women coming from other countries, and we're really proud to have you in our country. We're at your service, and thank you for your attention. That would be everything, Emmanuel. Thank you, Councillor Fabel. Thank you, Mr. Ferrer. Dr. Villalba was actually congratulating Councillor Fabel and thanking Mr. Ferrer for his presentation on the chat. Thank you for your presentation. We'll start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks to everyone. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.